Charleston, South Carolina. It was Tuesday morning, March 23, 1847, approximately 9:45 a.m., when Sarah stood on the auction block at Ryan's Mart on Chalmers Street, wearing a coarse cotton dress that had been provided by the auction house specifically for this sale. A dress dyed indigo blue that had been washed so many times the color had faded to something between blue and gray. A dress that was meant to make her look presentable to potential buyers, without being so fine that it suggested she was accustomed to better treatment than field work. A dress that had short sleeves, despite the morning chill that came off Charleston Harbor, because buyers wanted to see the arms of the women they were purchasing, wanted to assess muscle development and skin condition, and any scarring that might indicate a tendency toward running away or resistance that would require correction. Sarah was 26 years old, though she appeared older because of the deep lines around her eyes that came from squinting in tobacco fields under Virginia sun for the past 14 years, since she'd been 12 years old and tall enough to be considered ready for full field work. She was 5 feet and 7 inches tall, which made her taller than most women, enslaved or free, standing on the auction block. And this height was noted in the auction house's catalog as a positive attribute, because tall women were believed to be stronger workers and were believed to produce larger, healthier children who could be sold for better prices when they reached working age. Her skin was dark brown, described in the auction catalog as prime black, to distinguish her from mixed-race enslaved people, who were sometimes sold separately and sometimes commanded different prices depending on the buyer's preferences and intended use. Her hands were calloused from years of tobacco work. Her shoulders were broad from carrying heavy loads, and her posture was straight despite the exhaustion that came from having spent the previous 6 weeks traveling from Virginia to South Carolina in a coffle, chained to 23 other enslaved people being moved south by a trader named Marcus Whitfield, who specialized in purchasing enslaved people from the Upper South and selling them to planters in the Deep South, where cotton cultivation's expansion created constant demand for additional labor. But what Sarah was thinking about as she stood on that auction block, what occupied her mind more than the crowd of white men gathered below her inspecting the merchandise being offered for sale that morning, what terrified her more than the prospect of being purchased by someone she'd never met to work on a plantation, she'd never seen doing labor she might not survive, was the realization that had come to her 3 weeks earlier, while the coffle had stopped for the night outside of Fayetteville, North Carolina. A realization that had been confirmed by symptoms she recognized from 3 previous pregnancies. The realization that she was pregnant again, approximately 8 or 9 weeks pregnant, based on when her monthly courses had stopped. Pregnant for the 4th time in 8 years. Pregnant with a child she hadn't chosen to conceive. Pregnant with a child whose father was either her previous owner's son or the overseer on the Virginia plantation where she'd been held until being sold to Whitfield. Pregnant with a child she wouldn't be allowed to keep, even if she survived the pregnancy and the birth, because enslaved women's children belonged to the slaveholder who owned the mother, could be sold away at any age, were viewed not as the mother's family, but as the slaveholder's property and the slaveholder's profit. Sarah had not told Marcus Whitfield that she was pregnant, had not told anyone in the coffle, had not mentioned it to the guards who watched them at night, had said nothing during the medical examination that Whitfield had conducted when he'd first purchased her from her previous owner, an examination that had focused on her teeth and her joints and her skin, but had not included questions about whether she might be carrying a child. She'd kept silent about the pregnancy because she understood from watching other women be sold, from hearing conversations among enslaved people about how sales worked and what increased or decreased an enslaved person's value, that being pregnant could affect her sale price in complicated ways. Some buyers valued pregnant women more highly because they were purchasing not just one enslaved person, but potentially 2, were getting a child who would eventually become additional labor, or could be sold for profit once the child was old enough. But other buyers valued pregnant women less because pregnancy meant the woman couldn't work at full capacity during the final months, meant there was risk she might die in childbirth, and the buyer would lose his investment, meant the buyer would have to provide minimal care during recovery, and would have to decide whether to keep the infant or sell it immediately, or wait until the child was older to maximize sale price. The uncertainty about how pregnancy affected value made Sarah afraid to mention it, afraid that revealing her condition might result in her being sold for less to a buyer who would view her pregnancy as a liability rather than an asset, afraid that she might end up on a plantation where pregnant women were worked harder rather than given lighter duties, afraid that speaking about her pregnancy to Whitfield would result in questions about who the father was and whether she'd been cooperative or resistant, questions that could lead to punishment for resistance, or could lead to reputation as cooperative that would make her vulnerable to sexual violence from her next owner. So Sarah had stood silent about her condition as Whitfield brought her coffle into Charleston, had remained silent as she was held in the slave pen at Ryan's Mart for 3 days before the auction, had said nothing during the examination that Ryan's staff conducted to verify she was healthy enough to be offered for sale, and was standing silent now on the auction block while the auctioneer, a man named Robert Chambers, who had conducted slave auctions in Charleston for 17 years, described her attributes to the crowd of potential buyers gathered in front of the platform. 26 years old, field hand, experienced in tobacco cultivation, strong constitution, no visible defects, purchased from a reputable Virginia plantation, Chambers announced in the practiced cadence that auctioneers used, speaking loud enough to be heard across the auction yard, but not so loud that it seemed like shouting, speaking with certainty and authority that suggested the information he was providing was accurate and complete, even though he was reading from notes that Whitfield had provided and had never met Sarah before this morning. Good breeding age, proven fertility, Chambers continued, and Sarah felt her stomach tighten at those words, felt the fear that someone had discovered her pregnancy despite her silence. Before realizing that Chambers was referring to her age and physical condition rather than her current state, was noting that she was young enough and healthy enough to be expected to produce children for whatever buyer purchased her, was advertising her reproductive capacity as a selling point, even though he didn't know she was already carrying a child. A man in the front row of potential buyers, a planter named Thomas Kirkland, who owned approximately 200 enslaved people on a rice plantation 30 miles north of Charleston, raised his hand and shouted a question to Chambers. Has she been bred? How many pickaninnies has she produced? The question was asked casually, the way someone might ask how many bushels of rice a field typically yielded, or how many bales of cotton could be expected from an acre of good land, asked in language that reduced Sarah's children, 3 children she'd carried and birthed and been forced to leave behind when she was sold, to agricultural output that could be counted and evaluated. Sarah looked down at Thomas Kirkland, saw a man approximately 50 years old, wearing expensive clothing that suggested wealth, carrying himself with the confidence that came from owning land and enslaved people, and never having to question his authority over both. And she understood that if Kirkland purchased her, she would be expected to produce more children who would become his property, would be valued primarily for her capacity to increase his holdings through reproduction, would be worked in his rice fields until she became pregnant enough that the work might threaten the pregnancy, then would be given lighter duties until she delivered, then would be put back to full field work within days of giving birth, while someone else, probably an older enslaved woman past working age, cared for the infant she'd produced. Chambers consulted his notes again, notes that Whitfield had provided based on information from Sarah's previous owner. 3 living children, Chambers announced, all healthy, all sold with the Virginia property when it changed hands. This one's proven productive, gentlemen. You're not taking a risk on whether she can breed. She's demonstrated capacity. The way Chambers said it, stated it as fact with pride even, as though Sarah should be complimented that her body's capacity to produce children was being advertised to strangers, made Sarah's hands clench at her sides, made her want to scream that her children had names, that the oldest was a girl named Betty, who'd been 7 years old when Sarah had last seen her, that the second was a boy named James, who'd been 4, that the youngest had been an infant named Lucy, who'd barely been weaned when Sarah was sold, made her want to tell these men that being proven productive meant she'd endured 3 pregnancies while working in tobacco fields, meant she'd given birth attended only by other enslaved women, with no doctor present, meant she'd returned to fieldwork within a week of each delivery, despite bleeding and pain that suggested something was wrong inside her, meant she'd nursed her children while trying to maintain the work pace demanded by overseers, meant she'd watched her children be treated as property, rather than as human beings deserving of protection and care. But Sarah remained silent, kept her expression neutral, the way enslaved people learned to keep their faces neutral when white people discussed them. Because showing emotion during an auction, showing anger or grief or resistance, could result in being purchased by someone who enjoyed breaking resistant enslaved people. Could result in being sold for less because buyers sometimes avoided enslaved people who showed signs of having strong feelings or strong attachments that might interfere with obedience. The silence that enslaved women maintained during auctions, the neutral expressions they wore while their bodies and their reproductive capacities were evaluated and discussed, was not acceptance or cooperation, but survival. Was the recognition that the auction block was not a place where resistance could be expressed safely, was a space where enslaved people had to perform compliance, even while planning resistance, had to appear passive, even while maintaining their humanity internally, despite everything being done to deny that humanity. Thomas Kirkland stepped closer to the auction block, positioned himself directly in front of Sarah, and gestured for her to turn around slowly so he could inspect her from all angles. Sarah turned, moving slowly, knowing that Kirkland was evaluating her body the way he would evaluate livestock he was considering purchasing, was looking for any physical defects that might reduce her value or might limit her working capacity, was assessing her build and her muscle development and her posture to determine whether she could handle the heavy labor required on rice plantations, where the work was considered more dangerous and more exhausting than cotton cultivation or tobacco farming. When she had completed the turn and was facing forward again, Kirkland made another gesture, this one indicating she should lift her dress to show her legs and feet. Sarah hesitated for half a second, a hesitation so brief that most of the men watching probably didn't notice it, before reaching down and raising the hem of her dress to mid-calf, exposing her bare feet and her lower legs, allowing Kirkland to check for swelling that might indicate illness or injury, allowing him to see that her feet were calloused but otherwise healthy, that her legs were muscular from years of physical labor, that there were no visible problems that would prevent her from standing in rice field water for hours at a time. Kirkland nodded, apparently satisfied with what he'd seen, and called out a bid. $700. The price was slightly higher than what field hands typically sold for in Charleston in 1847, but reflected Kirkland's assessment that Sarah's age, health, size, and proven fertility made her a valuable purchase despite the premium cost. Other buyers in the crowd considered whether to bid against Kirkland, evaluated whether Sarah was worth paying more than $700 to acquire, calculated her potential value based on how many years of work they could expect from her, and how many children she might produce who could be raised as enslaved labor or sold for profit. A second buyer, a man named Edward Morrison, who owned a cotton plantation in the interior of South Carolina, raised his hand and bid $750, not because he necessarily wanted to own Sarah, but because bidding drove up the price, and forcing Kirkland to pay more for enslaved people weakened a competitor in an economy where control of labor determined who prospered and who failed. The bidding continued for another 6 minutes, with Kirkland and Morrison trading increases in increments of $25, each man calculating how much profit they could extract from Sarah's labor and her reproductive capacity, each man determining how high they could bid before the purchase price exceeded the likely return on investment. Finally, at $925, Morrison stopped bidding, deciding that paying more than that for a single field hand, even a young, healthy, fertile one, wasn't economically justified when he could potentially purchase 2 older enslaved people for similar combined cost. Kirkland's final bid stood, and Chambers struck his gavel on the podium, announcing, "Sold to Mr. Thomas Kirkland for $925. Sarah was instructed to step down from the auction block, was directed toward a holding area where enslaved people who'd been purchased that morning waited to be transferred to their new owners, was walked past other enslaved people who would be auctioned next, people who'd watched her sale and would soon experience their own. As Sarah walked toward the holding area, past white men who were examining the next person being brought to the auction block, past enslaved people who watched her with expressions that mixed sympathy with relief that they hadn't been sold yet and fear that they would be sold next, she thought about what had just happened, about what it meant that she'd been purchased for $925 by a rice planter who'd specifically asked about her fertility and who'd bid higher than typical field hand prices. She understood that Kirkland had paid a premium because he expected her to produce children, expected her body to generate profit, not just through her labor in his rice fields, but through the enslaved children she would bear, who would become his property. She understood that being proven fertile with 3 previous children made her more valuable to Kirkland than a woman who'd never been pregnant, made her body worth an extra $200 or $300 beyond what her labor alone would justify. She understood that the pregnancy she was currently carrying, the pregnancy she hadn't mentioned during the sale, meant Kirkland was getting even more return on his investment than he realized, was purchasing not just Sarah, but also the 8-week-old fetus growing inside her, a child who would be born enslaved on Kirkland's plantation approximately 6 months from now, a child who would be raised to work in Kirkland's fields or in his house, a child who could be sold for profit when Kirkland decided the timing was right. What Sarah understood as she stood in that holding area, waiting to be transferred to Thomas Kirkland's control, was that her body was not her own, had never been her own, would never be her own as long as she remained enslaved. Her body was economic property that generated profit through labor and through reproduction. Her pregnancies were not her own experiences, but were events that happened to property that generated additional property. Her children were not her children, but were investments that would mature into valuable assets that could be worked or sold. The $925 that Kirkland had paid for her was not payment for her humanity, or her skills, or her knowledge, but was payment for ownership of her flesh and her future labor, and her reproductive capacity, and any children she might produce. She was not Sarah, a woman who'd been born free, who'd been kidnapped and enslaved as a child, who'd survived 14 years of brutal field work, who'd endured 3 forced pregnancies and countless sexual violations. She was, in the legal and economic understanding of the society that had enslaved her, breeding stock that had just been purchased by a new owner who expected her to produce returns on his investment through her labor and through the children her body would be forced to create. Standing in that holding area at Ryan's Mart on that Tuesday morning in March 1847, Sarah placed one hand unconsciously on her lower abdomen, feeling nothing yet because the pregnancy was too early for movement, but knowing that inside her body a child was growing, a child who would be born into slavery, a child who would never know freedom unless something fundamental changed about the society that viewed enslaved women's bodies as property and viewed enslaved women's children as profit. She thought about Betty and James and Lucy, her 3 children she'd been forced to leave behind in Virginia, wondered if they were still alive, wondered if they'd been sold separately or kept together, wondered if Betty remembered her mother, or if 7 years old was young enough that the memory would fade. She thought about the child currently growing inside her, the 4th child she would bear, a child conceived through violence, a child she would be forced to deliver while enslaved, a child who would be taken from her whenever Thomas Kirkland decided the separation served his economic interests. And Sarah understood, standing in that holding area, surrounded by other enslaved people who'd just been sold, that what had happened to her on that auction block was not unusual or exceptional, but was the fundamental reality of how slavery functioned in America in 1847. That enslaved women were systematically valued for their reproductive capacity. That slaveholders calculated the profitability of enslaved people based partly on how many children those enslaved people could be expected to produce. That pregnancy was not a personal experience for enslaved women, but was an economic event that generated additional property for slaveholders. That children born to enslaved mothers were commodities before they were human beings in the eyes of the law and the economy that the law protected. That forced motherhood, pregnancy, and childbirth occurring without consent or choice was not an aberration within the system of slavery, but was essential to how slavery sustained itself after the international slave trade was banned in 1808, and the domestic reproduction of enslaved people became the primary mechanism for maintaining and expanding the enslaved population. What Thomas Kirkland had purchased for $925 that morning was not just Sarah's labor for whatever years she survived working in rice fields, but also her reproductive capacity, her womb, her future pregnancies, and all the children those pregnancies would produce. He had purchased the right to control when she became pregnant, who fathered her children, whether she would be allowed to keep her children, or whether they would be sold away from her. He had purchased the right to work her during pregnancy, to provide or deny medical care during childbirth, to determine how long she would be allowed to recover after delivery before returning to full labor. He had purchased absolute control over her body's most intimate functions, over decisions that free women made for themselves, but that enslaved women had no authority to make. The auction that morning had not just transferred ownership of Sarah from Marcus Whitfield to Thomas Kirkland. It had transferred to Kirkland the legal right and the practical power to force Sarah into motherhood repeatedly, as many times as her body could survive pregnancy and childbirth, for the purpose of generating profit through the children she would be forced to produce. That was the reality that Sarah understood as she waited to be taken to Kirkland's plantation. That was the system that made her body valuable, not just for what it could accomplish through labor, but for what it could produce through forced reproduction. That was how slavery, in its most intimate and brutal form, turned the fundamental human experience of pregnancy and motherhood into a mechanism of economic exploitation and generational bondage. This was forced motherhood. This was the reality that millions of enslaved women lived through. This was how slavery sustained itself through the systematic control and exploitation of enslaved women's reproductive capacity. And this was just the beginning of Sarah's story, just the moment of her sale, before she would discover exactly what being owned by a rice planter who'd paid premium price for her proven fertility would actually mean in practice. Goochland County, Virginia. It was Friday afternoon, June 14th, 1839, approximately 3:30 p.m., when a slaveholder named William Thornton stood in his study reviewing the breeding records he maintained for the enslaved people he owned on his tobacco plantation, located 17 miles west of Richmond, a plantation that encompassed approximately 800 acres of cultivated land and held 132 enslaved people, whose births, deaths, sales, and reproductive patterns Thornton documented in leather-bound ledgers with the same meticulous attention to detail that he applied to recording tobacco yields and market prices and equipment maintenance costs. The ledger open on Thornton's desk that afternoon showed entries for 23 enslaved women between the ages of 15 and 38, with columns noting each woman's name, age, physical condition, number of previous pregnancies, number of living children, and assessment of continued fertility based on Thornton's personal observations and the reports provided by his overseer, a man named Robert Hastings, who managed daily operations on the plantation and who was responsible for, among other duties, ensuring that enslaved women of childbearing age became pregnant at intervals that maximized Thornton's return on his investment in their bodies. Thornton's plantation was not exceptional in maintaining these records or in viewing enslaved women primarily through the lens of reproductive capacity. Throughout Virginia and Maryland in the 1830s and 1840s, in the decades after the international slave trade was banned in 1808, and domestic reproduction became the primary mechanism for maintaining and expanding the enslaved population, slaveholders increasingly organized their operations around maximizing the birth rate among enslaved women, around ensuring that every woman capable of bearing children produced as many children as her body could survive producing, around treating pregnancy and childbirth not as natural human experiences, but as agricultural processes that could be controlled and optimized through systematic management and careful record keeping and strategic interventions designed to increase yields, the same way a farmer might increase tobacco or cotton yields through selective seed choice and proper fertilization and attentive cultivation. What distinguished Thornton's operation from typical plantations that valued enslaved women's reproductive capacity was the degree to which he had systematized the process of forced breeding, the extent to which he had transformed what other slaveholders left to chance or to enslaved people's own choices within the constraints of slavery into a calculated program that assigned enslaved women to specific enslaved men based on Thornton's assessment of which pairings would produce the strongest, healthiest children, who would command the highest prices when sold, or would provide the most productive labor if kept on Thornton's plantation. The breeding program that Thornton had implemented beginning in 1832, approximately 7 years before that Friday afternoon when he sat reviewing his records, treated enslaved people's sexuality and reproduction as resources to be managed rather than as aspects of human experience that enslaved people should control, treated the formation of families among enslaved people not as relationships based on affection or choice, but as breeding arrangements designed to optimize genetic outcomes and maximize economic returns. Treated children born to enslaved mothers not as the mother's children, but as inventory that Thornton had produced through careful management of his human property's reproductive functions. The entries in Thornton's ledger that afternoon told stories that Thornton himself probably didn't recognize as stories, probably viewed simply as data points in his ongoing effort to increase the profitability of his plantation through systematic breeding. One entry noted that an enslaved woman named Rose, age 22, had given birth to her fourth child in January 1839, that the infant had survived and appeared healthy, that Rose should be bred again approximately 6 months after this delivery to maintain optimal productivity, and that for this next pregnancy, Rose should be assigned to an enslaved man named Isaac, rather than to Samuel, who had fathered her previous 3 children, because Thornton had decided that varying the fathers might produce stronger offspring through what he understood, in his limited and distorted understanding of heredity, as the benefits of diverse breeding stock. The entry recorded Rose's reproductive history with clinical precision, but contained no information about whether Rose wanted to become pregnant again, whether she had recovered from her 4th delivery, whether she loved Samuel or had formed a family relationship with him that would be disrupted by forcing her to conceive a child with Isaac, whether the pregnancies and deliveries had damaged her body in ways that made another pregnancy dangerous, whether she had any say in decisions about when she would become pregnant and who would father her children, and how many times she would be forced to repeat this cycle of pregnancy and birth and separation from the children she produced. Another entry in Thornton's ledger noted that an enslaved woman named Martha, age 18, had not yet become pregnant despite being of prime breeding age, and despite being housed in the same cabin as an enslaved man named Henry for the past 14 months, in an arrangement that Thornton had created specifically to encourage pregnancy. The entry included a note that Thornton had instructed his overseer, Robert Hastings, to attend to Martha's situation and to ensure breeding occurs through necessary measures, language that sounded administrative and managerial, but that translated in practice to Hastings monitoring whether Martha and Henry were engaging in sexual activity and taking steps to ensure pregnancy occurred, whether through pressure or through threats or through forced assault, if Hastings determined that Martha was deliberately avoiding pregnancy, or that Henry was unwilling or unable to impregnate her. The entry treated Martha's failure to become pregnant as a management problem to be solved through increased supervision and intervention, treated her body as malfunctioning equipment that needed adjustment, gave no consideration to the possibility that Martha might be avoiding pregnancy deliberately through methods that enslaved women shared among themselves to prevent conception, gave no recognition to Martha's humanity or her right to make decisions about her own body, or her resistance to being treated as breeding stock whose value derived primarily from her capacity to produce children for William Thornton's profit. A third entry documented that an enslaved woman named Elizabeth, age 36, had given birth to 9 children between 1820 and 1837, that 7 of these children had survived infancy and had been sold at various ages to traders and other planters for prices totaling approximately $3,200, and that Elizabeth should be considered for lighter work duties given her age and her demonstrated productivity over 17 years of bearing children for Thornton's economic benefit. The entry noted Elizabeth's service almost appreciatively, as though she deserved recognition for having produced substantial profit for Thornton through her repeated pregnancies. But the lighter work being offered was not a reward for Elizabeth's suffering, but was a pragmatic calculation that at age 36, after 9 pregnancies, Elizabeth's body was probably worn enough that assigning her to the heaviest field labor might cause her to die or become completely incapacitated before Thornton had extracted maximum value from whatever working years she had remaining, and that transitioning her to lighter duties like cooking or childcare would extend her useful life and would allow her to supervise younger children, including the children she herself had been forced to bear, creating the grotesque situation where Elizabeth would care for enslaved children, while knowing that her own children had been sold away from her, and that the children she was caring for would likely face the same fate. These entries, and dozens more like them in Thornton's ledgers, documented what historians would later identify as systematic breeding operations that emerged throughout the Upper South in the decades after 1808, operations where slaveholders deliberately organized enslaved people's sexuality and reproduction to maximize the production of enslaved children who could be sold to the expanding cotton plantations in the Deep South, or could be raised as labor on the plantations where they were born. The scale of these operations varied from small plantations, where slaveholders simply encouraged pregnancy and rewarded women who bore multiple children, to large operations like Thornton's, where breeding was systematically managed through record keeping and strategic pairing and monitoring and intervention designed to control every aspect of enslaved women's reproductive lives. But whether small-scale or systematically organized, whether left partially to chance or carefully managed through detailed oversight, the breeding operations that developed across Virginia and Maryland and Kentucky and other Upper South states shared the fundamental characteristic that they treated enslaved women's bodies as reproductive resources to be exploited for economic gain, that they denied enslaved women any control over when they became pregnant, or who fathered their children, or how many pregnancies they would be forced to endure, that they separated the experience of motherhood from anything resembling choice, or agency, or human dignity. The methods that slaveholders like William Thornton used to ensure that enslaved women became pregnant regularly varied in their degree of violence and coercion, but all shared the underlying reality that enslaved women lacked the legal right or the practical power to refuse. The most common method, the one that appeared superficially less violent, but was coercive nonetheless, involved housing enslaved women of childbearing age in the same cabins as enslaved men, and creating conditions where pregnancy was expected and encouraged through a combination of incentives and punishments that made resistance difficult. Thornton, like many slaveholders operating breeding programs, offered small rewards to enslaved women who became pregnant, extra food rations during pregnancy, slightly lighter work duties during the final months before delivery, occasionally a new dress or blanket after giving birth, small material improvements that served the dual purpose of appearing generous while actually protecting Thornton's investment in the pregnancy by ensuring the enslaved woman's body remained healthy enough to deliver a viable child. These rewards were not gifts, but were calculated inducements designed to encourage pregnancy, while minimizing the risk of miscarriage or stillbirth that would represent lost profit for the slaveholder. But alongside these incentives existed punishments for enslaved women who failed to become pregnant within what the slaveholder considered a reasonable time frame. Thornton's instruction to his overseer to attend to Martha's situation, because she hadn't become pregnant after 14 months of being housed with Henry, represented the darker side of systematic breeding operations. The recognition that if incentives didn't produce the desired results, then more direct coercion would be applied. The specifics of what attending to the situation meant varied by plantation and by overseer and by how resistant the enslaved woman was perceived to be, but the underlying pattern was consistent across breeding operations throughout the Upper South. Enslaved women who didn't become pregnant when slaveholders expected them to become pregnant, faced increased scrutiny, faced questions about whether they were deliberately avoiding pregnancy, faced threats that they would be sold away from whatever family or community they had formed if they didn't prove their value through reproduction, faced the very real possibility that the slaveholder or the overseer would rape them to ensure pregnancy occurred, because in a system where enslaved women's bodies were property and where slaveholders had absolute legal authority over that property, rape was not legally recognized as a crime when the victim was enslaved, and the perpetrator was the slaveholder or someone acting on the slaveholder's authority. Robert Hastings, Thornton's overseer, maintained his own set of records documenting his oversight of the breeding program. records that were less formal than Thornton's ledgers, but that revealed in more explicit detail how the system functioned in daily practice. In a report Hastings submitted to Thornton in August 1839, 2 months after Thornton had noted in his ledger that Martha needed attention regarding her failure to become pregnant, Hastings wrote, "The woman Martha has been brought to breeding with the man Henry as you directed. She showed reluctance initially, but has been made to understand that compliance is required. She is now with child, expected delivery April next year. The woman Rose has been reassigned from Samuel to Isaac as you ordered. The pairing has been accomplished without incident. Rose appears accepting of the arrangement." The clinical language Hastings used, describing forced sexual pairings as breeding and coerced compliance as women being made to understand their obligations, obscured the violence inherent in what was being documented, transformed rape and sexual assault into administrative activities that could be reported in the same neutral tone used for documenting tobacco harvests or equipment repairs. What Hastings's report didn't document, what wouldn't appear in any official plantation records because it was too common to merit special notation, was how Martha had been made to understand that compliance is required. Whether this had involved threats of being sold away from her mother, who lived on the same plantation, or threats of being sent to work in more brutal conditions, or threats of physical punishment, or whether Hastings himself or another white man had raped Martha to ensure pregnancy occurred, none of these details would be recorded because from the perspective of slaveholders like Thornton and overseers like Hastings, the method of achieving pregnancy mattered less than the result, and enslaved women's resistance or suffering during the process was simply an obstacle to be overcome through whatever level of coercion proved necessary. The phrase, "she is now with child," represented the only outcome that Thornton cared about, the successful impregnation of an enslaved woman who would deliver a child approximately 9 months later, a child who would become Thornton's property, a child who could be raised as enslaved labor or sold for profit, a child whose existence validated Thornton's breeding program and justified whatever methods had been used to ensure Martha's body produced that child. The system of forced pairings that slaveholders like Thornton implemented as part of their breeding operations created a grotesque parody of family formation, where relationships that in free society would be based on mutual affection and choice were instead dictated by slaveholders' calculations about which combinations of enslaved people would produce the most valuable children. Some slaveholders, operating under primitive and often incorrect understandings of heredity, believed that pairing tall enslaved women with tall enslaved men would produce tall children who would be valued as field workers, or that pairing light-skinned enslaved people with other light-skinned enslaved people would produce children whose appearance would make them valuable for housework rather than field labor, or that pairing enslaved people who had demonstrated physical strength or endurance would produce children who inherited those characteristics and would therefore command higher prices when sold. These beliefs, scientifically unfounded but economically motivated, led slaveholders to treat enslaved people like livestock being bred for specific traits, led to situations where enslaved women were assigned to different men for successive pregnancies, based on the slaveholders' theory about which pairing would optimize the next generation of enslaved children. The dehumanization inherent in this system extended beyond the initial forced pairings to affect every aspect of enslaved people's intimate lives and family relationships. Enslaved men who were selected to father children with multiple women, who became what was sometimes explicitly called breeding stock on plantations that operated systematic breeding programs, found their sexuality weaponized by slaveholders who valued them primarily for their reproductive capacity, rather than for their labor, or their skills, or their humanity. Some enslaved men were forced to impregnate women they didn't love and didn't choose to be intimate with, were required to participate in a system that reduced them to reproductive instruments, serving the slaveholders' economic interests. Other enslaved men who formed genuine loving relationships with enslaved women found those relationships disrupted when slaveholders reassigned their partners to different men for breeding purposes, found themselves powerless to protect the women they loved from sexual violence or from forced pregnancy, found their own desires and choices subordinated to the breeding program's demands. For enslaved women, The experience was even more traumatic because their bodies bore the direct physical consequences of forced breeding through pregnancy and childbirth and nursing, and because they faced constant vulnerability to sexual violence from white men who viewed enslaved women's bodies as available for use, regardless of the enslaved women's consent. Martha's situation on Thornton's plantation, being forced into a pairing with Henry despite her reluctance, represented just one variation of forced breeding. Other enslaved women were raped directly by slaveholders or overseers who either wanted to father children who would become enslaved property, or who simply exercised the power they held over enslaved women's bodies without concern for whether pregnancy resulted. The distinction between being assigned to an enslaved man for breeding purposes and being raped by a white man was significant in terms of the violence involved and the psychological impact on the enslaved woman. But from the perspective of forced motherhood, both scenarios shared the fundamental characteristic that the enslaved woman lacked control over her own body, lacked the right to refuse sexual activity, lacked the power to determine when or whether she would become pregnant. The medical examinations that slaveholders and their overseers conducted to assess enslaved women's fertility represented another dimension of the systematic dehumanization that characterized breeding operations. These examinations, which occurred when enslaved women were purchased, when they reached puberty and became potentially valuable as breeding stock, when they failed to become pregnant within expected timeframes, and periodically throughout their childbearing years to monitor their continued reproductive capacity, treated enslaved women's bodies as objects to be inspected and evaluated, rather than as the physical beings of human persons deserving privacy and dignity. A typical examination might involve the slaveholder or overseer or a doctor hired by the slaveholder questioning the enslaved woman about her menstrual cycle, inspecting her body for signs of pregnancy or disease, palpating her abdomen to assess whether her internal organs seemed healthy, examining her hips and pelvis to determine whether she appeared physically capable of delivering children successfully, all conducted without the enslaved woman's consent, and often without even minimal privacy, all documented in records that reduced the enslaved woman's most intimate physical characteristics to data points that influenced her economic value. The correspondence between slave traders in the 1830s and 1840s documented how explicitly enslaved women's reproductive capacity was marketed and valued in the domestic slave trade that flourished after the international trade was banned. A letter from a Virginia slave trader named Benjamin Tucker to a Mississippi cotton planter dated April 1841 advertised, "I have for sale several prime breeding wenches aged 18 to 25, all healthy and proven fertile. The woman named Harriet has borne 3 children, all living and strong. The woman named Jane has borne 2 children, both healthy. These wenches will suit your purposes for increasing your stock through natural reproduction." Prices are as follows. Harriet at $1,200 given her proven capacity. Jane at $1,000. Both represent excellent value for a planter seeking to establish breeding operations or to expand existing stock through domestic increase. The language Tucker used, referring to enslaved women as breeding wenches and describing children as stock produced through natural reproduction, revealed how thoroughly the slave trade had commodified enslaved women's reproductive capacity, how openly traders and planters discussed enslaved women primarily in terms of their ability to produce children who would become enslaved property. Another letter, this one from a Kentucky slaveholder named James Morrison to his cousin in Alabama, dated September 1838, described Morrison's own breeding operation with clinical precision. "I have adopted the practice of breeding selectively among my stock, ensuring that the strongest and healthiest among my men are paired with the most fertile of my women. This system has proven profitable beyond my initial expectations. In the past 5 years, I have increased my holdings by 42 souls through natural increase, representing approximately $21,000 in value without any purchase cost beyond the minimal expenses of maintaining the breeding women during pregnancy and early childcare. I recommend you consider implementing similar practices on your own plantation, as the returns far exceed what can be achieved through purchase of additional stock at current market prices." Morrison's letter treated the 42 children born to enslaved women on his plantation as manufacturing output. calculated their value against the costs of production, recommended his breeding system to his cousin based purely on return on investment calculations that completely erased the humanity of the women who had been forced to bear those 42 children, and the suffering those women had endured through repeated pregnancies occurring under slavery's brutal conditions. The rewards that slaveholders offered to enslaved women who bore multiple children, the extra rations and lighter duties, and occasional material goods that appeared in slaveholder records as evidence of generous treatment served as mechanisms of manipulation that made the breeding system function more smoothly by creating incentives for compliance while obscuring the fundamental coercion that underlay the entire apparatus. An enslaved woman who received an extra pound of bacon each week during pregnancy, who was excused from heavy field work during her final month before delivery, who was given a blanket after giving birth, might view these small improvements as worth accepting in exchange for cooperation with the breeding program, especially if the alternative was facing punishment or being sold away from whatever family or community she had formed. The slaveholder who offered these rewards could tell himself and could tell critics of slavery that he treated his enslaved people well, that he rewarded productive workers, that his breeding program was humane because it included provisions for pregnant women's health and comfort, all while ignoring that the entire system was built on forcing enslaved women to become pregnant repeatedly, regardless of their own wishes, and that the rewards being offered were tiny compensations for the violence being done to enslaved women's bodies and lives. But even these small rewards were distributed strategically and could be withdrawn as punishment if enslaved women didn't conform to the slaveholders' expectations about reproduction. An enslaved woman who failed to become pregnant within a reasonable time frame might find her food rations reduced, might be assigned to harder labor, might be threatened with sale, all intended to pressure her into compliance with the breeding program. An enslaved woman who suffered multiple miscarriages or stillbirths might be accused of deliberately harming her pregnancies, might face suspicion that she was using herbs or other methods to induce abortion, might be punished for failing to produce viable children, even though the causes of pregnancy loss were usually beyond her control and were often related to the brutal working conditions and poor nutrition that slaveholders imposed on enslaved people. The conditional nature of the rewards, the reality that small material improvements could be granted or withheld based on reproductive performance, reinforced that enslaved women's value derived primarily from their capacity to produce children, and that failure to fulfill this reproductive function would result in consequences that made an already difficult life even harder. The children produced through these systematic breeding operations faced their own particular form of dehumanization from the moment of birth. They were not born as their mother's children, who would be raised within families and communities that valued them as human beings. They were born as the slaveholders' property, as assets that had been produced through the breeding program, as inventory that would eventually be worked as enslaved labor or sold for profit, depending on the slaveholders' economic needs and calculations. The slaveholders' records that documented births on breeding plantations listed enslaved children alongside livestock births, noted the children's sex and approximate weight and physical condition, estimated their future value based on market prices for enslaved children of various ages, but contained almost no information about the children as individuals with names and personalities and relationships to the mothers who had borne them. A typical entry might read, Negro boy born to the woman Rose, March 12, 1840, appears healthy and strong. Estimated value at age 10 approximately $800 if market conditions remain stable. The entry documented the child's birth as an economic event, calculated his future value before he was even weaned, gave no consideration to Rose's experience of giving birth or to her relationship with this child, or to what it meant for a child to be born into a system that viewed him as property before birth and would eventually separate him from his mother for the slaveholder's profit. By the 1840s, when William Thornton sat in his study reviewing his breeding records, and when Sarah stood on the auction block in Charleston carrying her fourth pregnancy, and when countless other enslaved women throughout the South lived under systematic breeding operations that controlled their bodies and their reproductive lives, the system of forced breeding had become so normalized within slaveholding society that slaveholders could discuss it openly in correspondence and in agricultural journals. could advertise enslaved women's reproductive capacity without shame or hesitation, could implement breeding programs with the same managerial approach they applied to crop cultivation, all while maintaining the fiction that slavery was a benevolent institution where enslaved people were cared for and protected by paternalistic masters who had their best interests at heart. The contradiction between claiming benevolence while operating systematic breeding operations that treated enslaved women as reproductive machinery apparently didn't trouble slaveholders like Thornton or Morrison or Tucker, either because they genuinely believed that enslaved people were property rather than human beings deserving of bodily autonomy, or because the economic benefits of breeding operations were too substantial to sacrifice for moral consistency, or because the entire structure of slavery required maintaining contradictions between stated ideals and actual practices. What the breeding operations that developed throughout the Upper South demonstrated was that slavery as it existed in America in the decades before the Civil War was not simply a labor system that extracted work from enslaved people, but was also a reproductive system that extracted children from enslaved women's bodies, that treated pregnancy and childbirth not as natural human experiences, but as profit-generating processes to be managed and optimized, that denied enslaved women the most fundamental form of bodily autonomy by forcing them into repeated pregnancies regardless of their health or their wishes or their capacity to endure another pregnancy. The ledgers that William Thornton maintained, the correspondence that slave traders exchanged, the reports that overseers submitted, the breeding records that slaveholders kept across the Upper South all documented a system of forced motherhood that operated on a massive scale, that involved hundreds of thousands of enslaved women over multiple decades, that produced the enslaved population that fueled cotton's expansion into the Deep South, and that sustained slavery's economic profitability long after the international slave trade ended. And at the center of this system, experiencing it most directly and bearing its worst consequences, were enslaved women like Rose and Martha and Elizabeth and Sarah and countless others whose names appeared in slaveholders' records only as breeding stock rather than as human beings, whose pregnancies were documented only as economic events rather than as personal experiences, whose children were counted only as inventory rather than as their families, whose suffering was invisible to the men who profited from their reproductive capacity, and who recorded that capacity in leather-bound ledgers with clinical precision, while remaining deliberately blind to the violence and the dehumanization and the systematic destruction of human dignity that those cold numbers represented. Part 3. Pregnancy Under Slavery. Natchez, Mississippi. It was Sunday evening, February 9th, 1851, approximately 7:20 p.m., when an enslaved woman named Hannah realized with absolute certainty that she was pregnant again, realized it not from any obvious physical signs because she was only approximately 6 weeks along, based on when her monthly courses had stopped, but realized it from the particular combination of exhaustion and nausea and sensitivity to smells that she recognized from her 2 previous pregnancies. Sensations that had become familiar enough that Hannah could distinguish them from ordinary illness or fatigue, could identify them as the early markers of pregnancy even before her body showed any visible changes that would announce her condition to the slaveholder who owned her and the overseer who supervised her daily labor, and the other enslaved people who worked alongside her in the cotton fields of the Riverside Plantation, a property owned by a man named Charles Whitmore, who held approximately 140 enslaved people on 700 acres of prime cotton land along the Mississippi River. Hannah was 24 years old, had been enslaved since birth on a different plantation in South Carolina, before being sold at age 19 to a slave trader who transported her to Mississippi, where she was purchased by Charles Whitmore, specifically because Whitmore was looking to acquire young, healthy enslaved women who could work in his cotton fields and who could also produce children who would increase Whitmore's holdings through what he and other slaveholders called natural increase, the reproduction of enslaved people that generated new property without requiring purchases from traders at market prices that had risen steadily. Throughout the 1840s, as cotton cultivation expanded and demand for enslaved labor grew faster than the domestic slave population could naturally reproduce, even with slaveholders actively encouraging and forcing pregnancy among enslaved women of childbearing age, Hannah had delivered her first child, a girl named Lucy, in 1848, approximately 10 months after Whitmore purchased her, and had delivered her second child, a boy named Samuel, in 1850, both pregnancies occurring within the first 3 years of Hannah's enslavement at Riverside, both pregnancies producing living children who were now property that Whitmore owned and could work or sell according to his economic calculations, and his assessment of whether keeping the children on his plantation or selling them to traders would maximize his return on the investment he'd made in purchasing their mother. Sitting on the floor of the cabin she shared with 3 other enslaved women. That Sunday evening in February, Hannah placed one hand on her lower abdomen, where nothing showed yet, where no external signs would reveal the pregnancy for at least another month or two, where inside her body cells were dividing and growing into what would become her third child, if the pregnancy continued successfully, through 9 months of gestation that would occur while Hannah worked 6 days a week in cotton fields, doing labor that had broken stronger people than her, while she received nutrition barely adequate to sustain her own body, much less to support a developing fetus, while she faced the constant possibility that any injury or illness or excessive physical strain could cause miscarriage, that would represent not just the loss of a potential child, but would also mark her as unreliable breeding stock in Whitmore's eyes, and could result in punishment for failing to produce the living children that Whitmore expected from enslaved women he'd purchased partly for their reproductive capacity. Hannah felt the familiar fear that accompanied pregnancy under slavery, the knowledge that for the next 9 months, her body would be simultaneously more valuable to Whitmore because it was producing additional property, and more vulnerable because any complication that ended the pregnancy would be interpreted as Hannah's failure, rather than as a natural occurrence beyond her control. The pregnancy had not been planned, had not been chosen, had occurred because Hannah lived in a cabin with an enslaved man named Joseph, who was not someone Hannah had selected as a partner, but was someone who'd been assigned by Whitmore to share Hannah's living quarters in an arrangement that everyone understood was designed to encourage pregnancy. And because enslaved people lacked access to reliable contraception and lacked the power to refuse sexual activity when slaveholders created conditions explicitly intended to produce pregnancy. Hannah had formed a relationship with Joseph over the 2 years they'd lived together, had come to care for him despite the coercive circumstances that had brought them together, had chosen to maintain intimacy with him, partly from affection, and partly because refusing would have risked punishment, and partly because pregnancy was inevitable anyway, given that Whitmore expected her to produce children, and would ensure through one method or another that pregnancy occurred, whether through the arrangement with Joseph or through more violent alternatives, if this arrangement failed to produce the desired results. Now, sitting in that cabin on that Sunday evening, knowing she was pregnant with her third child in less than 6 years of enslavement at Riverside, Hannah calculated what the pregnancy would mean for the next 9 months, calculated it not with optimism or excitement about becoming a mother, but with the practical assessment of survival that enslaved women learned to apply to pregnancy. The recognition that she needed to manage her body carefully enough to avoid miscarriage that would bring punishment, while also maintaining work performance that satisfied the overseer, who would not reduce her assigned tasks just because she was pregnant until the pregnancy became obvious enough that continuing heavy labor might threaten the developing fetus that represented Whitmore's future property. She calculated that she had approximately 2 more months, perhaps 3 if she was fortunate, before her pregnancy would become visible to others. 2 or 3 months during which she would need to work at full capacity in the cotton fields, despite increasing fatigue and nausea, would need to meet the daily picking quotas that the overseer assigned. Despite the physical toll that pregnancy was already beginning to impose on her body, would need to hide any signs of morning sickness or weakness that might reveal her condition before she was ready to announce it. The work that Hannah performed in Whitmore's cotton fields was physically demanding under any circumstances, but became significantly more difficult during pregnancy, as her body's resources were divided between sustaining her own functioning and supporting the developing fetus. The typical workday on Riverside Plantation during cotton, growing and harvesting season, which extended from March through December, with only slightly reduced intensity during the winter months when preparation for spring planting occupied enslaved laborers, began at sunrise when the overseer, a man named William Foster, who had managed Whitmore's operations for the past 6 years, rang the bell that summoned all enslaved people capable of fieldwork to gather at the cotton house, where Foster assigned the day's tasks and distributed the equipment needed for that day's labor. Hannah and approximately 60 other enslaved people, men and women ranging in age from early teenagers to people in their 50s who were still physically capable of fieldwork, would collect the tools and sacks required for cotton picking, or cotton chopping, or cotton planting depending on the season, would walk to whichever field Foster designated for that day's work, and would labor continuously from sunrise until sunset, with one brief break at midday when food was brought to the fields, usually cornbread and some form of pork, or occasionally vegetables, barely sufficient to restore the energy being expended through hours of continuous physical labor performed under Mississippi sun that could reach 95 or 100 degrees during summer months. During cotton picking season, which was the most labor-intensive period on cotton plantations, and the time when slaveholders demanded maximum productivity from enslaved people because the entire year's profit depended on how much cotton could be harvested before winter weather made picking impossible. Hannah was expected to pick approximately 150 pounds of cotton daily, was given a sack that held that weight when full, was required to drag the sack between the cotton rows as she moved along, picking cotton bolls from plants that grew to approximately 4 or 5 feet tall, and required Hannah to bend repeatedly throughout the day, reaching into the plants to extract cotton while avoiding the sharp edges of the cotton bolls that could cut hands and fingers, moving continuously down the rows because pausing to rest meant falling behind the expected pace and failing to meet the daily quota that Foster had established based on his calculation of what healthy enslaved people should be able to accomplish if they worked steadily throughout the day without wasting time or energy. The physical toll of cotton picking on a woman who was not pregnant was substantial enough that many enslaved people developed chronic back pain and joint problems from the repetitive bending and the constant weight of the cotton sack being dragged through the fields. For a pregnant woman like Hannah, who was experiencing the early pregnancy symptoms of fatigue and nausea while also dealing with the physical demands of cotton picking, the work became almost unbearable during the first trimester, when morning sickness could strike at any time, and when the exhaustion that accompanied early pregnancy made it difficult to maintain the pace required to meet daily quotas. Hannah found herself fighting nausea as she bent to pick cotton, found herself struggling to move quickly enough to stay ahead of the other workers so that Foster wouldn't notice she was slower than usual, found herself calculating constantly whether she could pause briefly to rest without being observed, and without falling so far behind that she'd fail to meet her quota by the end of the day. The consequences of failing to meet daily picking quotas on Whitmore's plantation were clearly understood by all enslaved people who worked in the fields. At sunset, when the day's work ended, Foster would weigh each person's cotton sack to verify that the required amount had been picked. Enslaved people who met or exceeded their quotas would be allowed to return to their cabins for the evening meal and whatever rest they could get before the next day's labor began. But enslaved people who failed to meet quotas, who came up even 10 or 20 pounds short of the required weight, would be whipped. The number of lashes determined by how far below the quota they'd fallen, and by Foster's assessment of whether the shortfall represented genuine inability or represented laziness or resistance that needed to be corrected through punishment severe enough to ensure compliance the following day. Hannah had been whipped twice during her first year at Riverside for failing to meet cotton picking quotas, had learned through that painful experience to push her body beyond what seemed physically possible, had learned to work through exhaustion and pain and illness, because the alternative was being beaten at the end of the day after already having worked from sunrise to sunset in cotton fields. Now, pregnant again, and knowing that her body's capacity to maintain the brutal pace of cotton picking would diminish as the pregnancy progressed, Hannah faced the terrifying calculation that governed pregnant enslaved women's work lives. She needed to work hard enough to avoid punishment for failing to meet quotas, but she also needed to avoid overexertion that might cause miscarriage or stillbirth that would be interpreted as her failure to produce viable children for Whitmore's economic benefit. The middle ground between these competing demands was narrow and shifted as pregnancy progressed, became narrower as Hannah's body grew heavier and more fatigued, as bending to pick cotton became more difficult with an enlarging abdomen, as the physical strain of fieldwork increased the risk of pregnancy complications. Yet Hannah had no authority to determine when she would stop field work or when she would transition to lighter duties, had no ability to refuse work assignments that seemed dangerous to her pregnancy, could only work as hard as Foster demanded, and hope that her body would somehow survive both the pregnancy and the labor requirements without losing the child or damaging herself so severely that future pregnancies would be impossible. During Hannah's first pregnancy, in 1847 and 1848, she had continued full field work until approximately the 7th month, when her pregnancy became obvious enough that Whitmore instructed Foster to assign her to lighter tasks, not out of concern for Hannah's well-being, but out of pragmatic calculation that pushing her too hard during the final months might result in miscarriage, or in Hannah being injured in ways that would reduce her future value as both a laborer and as breeding stock. The lighter work had consisted of cooking for other enslaved people, tending the vegetable gardens that supplemented the inadequate rations provided by Whitmore, spinning cotton into thread that would be woven into the coarse fabric used for enslaved people's clothing, and caring for the children of other enslaved women who were working in the fields. These tasks were less physically demanding than cotton picking, but still required Hannah to be on her feet most of the day, and still demanded continuous productivity, just in different forms. The notion that pregnant enslaved women were given rest or were allowed to focus on their own health during pregnancy was a fiction that slaveholders sometimes promoted to defend slavery against critics. But the reality was that pregnancy altered the type of work assigned to enslaved women only when continuing fieldwork threatened the fetus that represented the slaveholders' future property, and even the lighter work that pregnant women performed during their final months was exhausting and difficult for someone whose body was already strained by pregnancy. The nutrition that Hannah received during pregnancy was barely adequate to sustain one person performing hard physical labor, much less adequate to support both Hannah's body and the developing fetus that required additional calories and nutrients to grow properly. The standard weekly ration that Whitmore provided to enslaved people working in his fields consisted of approximately 1 peck of cornmeal, 3 to 4 pounds of pork or bacon, and occasionally some molasses or vegetables from the plantation garden, totaling roughly 3,000 to 3,500 calories daily if distributed evenly across 7 days, which was marginally sufficient for sustaining an adult performing heavy labor, but left no surplus for supporting pregnancy. Pregnant enslaved women received the same rations as non-pregnant enslaved people during the early and middle months of pregnancy, received only slightly increased rations during the final months when their condition was obvious, because slaveholders calculated rations based on minimizing costs rather than on providing adequate nutrition, and because the chronic malnutrition that resulted from inadequate rations weakened enslaved people enough to make resistance more difficult without reducing them so severely that they became incapable of performing the labor that generated profit for slaveholders. Hannah supplemented the inadequate official rations through methods that enslaved people developed to survive chronic food insufficiency. She cultivated a small vegetable garden near her cabin during whatever free time she had on Sunday afternoons when field work was not required, grew collard greens and sweet potatoes, and okra that provided additional nutrients beyond the corn and pork that constituted the bulk of her diet. She occasionally received small amounts of food from other enslaved people who shared what little they had when someone was sick or pregnant or otherwise in special need. She very rarely managed to catch fish from the river or to trap small animals that could be cooked secretly to avoid having the food confiscated by overseers who sometimes claimed that any food enslaved people obtained beyond their official rations was stolen property that should be surrendered. But despite these supplementation efforts, Hannah's nutrition during pregnancy remained inadequate for optimal fetal development, remained barely sufficient to prevent severe malnutrition that would cause obvious health problems, and resulted in chronic deficiencies that affected both Hannah's body and the children she carried, contributed to higher rates of stillbirth and infant mortality among enslaved children compared to white children, contributed to Hannah's own physical deterioration through repeated pregnancies that depleted her body's resources, without allowing time for recovery or adequate replenishment. The medical care available to Hannah during pregnancy was virtually non-existent, beyond what other enslaved women could provide through folk knowledge and herbal remedies that had been passed down through generations and adapted to the circumstances of slavery. Whitmore did not employ a doctor to monitor enslaved women's pregnancies unless complications arose that threatened the slaveholders' investment in the pregnancy, did not provide prenatal examinations or assessments of fetal health, did not offer any medical intervention during pregnancy unless the enslaved woman appeared to be dying or appeared likely to lose the pregnancy in ways that could be prevented through medical treatment. The care that Hannah received came instead from older enslaved women who had experienced multiple pregnancies themselves and who served as midwives and medical advisors to younger enslaved women navigating pregnancy and childbirth. Women who knew which herbs might help with nausea or might strengthen the womb against miscarriage, who knew how to position a woman during labor to ease delivery, who knew the signs that indicated serious complications that might require seeking help from white medical practitioners, even though doing so risked exposing enslaved women to doctors who viewed them as medical subjects rather than as patients deserving respectful treatment. One such woman on Riverside Plantation was an enslaved woman named Aunt Betsy, who was approximately 60 years old and who had been born enslaved and had delivered 13 children during her own childbearing years, of whom 9 had survived infancy, and who now served as the primary midwife and medical advisor for enslaved women on Whitmore's plantation. Aunt Betsy had learned midwifery from her own mother and from other enslaved women she had known on previous plantations before being sold to Whitmore 20 years earlier, had accumulated knowledge through decades of experience attending births and treating pregnancy complications, and helping enslaved women survive the physical and emotional toll of forced motherhood. When Hannah realized she was pregnant in February 1851, one of her first actions, after the initial fear and resignation had settled, was to speak with Aunt Betsy, to confirm the pregnancy, and to receive whatever advice Aunt Betsy could offer about surviving the next 9 months, while continuing to work in cotton fields, and while avoiding miscarriage that would bring punishment. The conversation between Hannah and Aunt Betsy occurred late on a Sunday evening, after other enslaved people in the quarters had settled for sleep, occurred quietly because enslaved women's knowledge about pregnancy and contraception and abortion was information they shared carefully, shared only with other enslaved women whom they trusted, shared in whispers and in privacy, because if slaveholders or overseers learned that enslaved women possessed knowledge about preventing or ending pregnancies, those women would face severe punishment for possessing information that threatened slaveholders' ability to control enslaved women's reproduction. Aunt Betsy examined Hannah by touch, confirmed that Hannah was indeed pregnant based on subtle changes in the womb that experienced midwives could detect, even in early pregnancy, and offered the advice she had given to countless other enslaved women over the decades. Continue working as long as possible without revealing the pregnancy. Eat whatever additional food could be obtained. Avoid heavy lifting during the final months, if possible. Though she acknowledged that avoiding heavy lifting while enslaved was often impossible. Prepare mentally for labor, because fear made childbirth more dangerous, and accept that the pregnancy would be difficult and painful, and that the child would be born into slavery, but that bringing a child into the world was still an act that affirmed life, even under conditions designed to crush it. As Hannah's pregnancy progressed through February into March and then April, as her body began to show subtle signs that would soon become obvious to others, as the fatigue increased and the nausea sometimes overwhelmed her during morning hours in the cotton fields, as she struggled to maintain the cotton picking pace that Foster demanded while her body grew heavier and her energy diminished, Hannah experienced the particular form of isolation that accompanied pregnancy under slavery. She could not celebrate the pregnancy or share it openly with others because pregnancy under slavery was not an occasion for joy, but was a source of anxiety about surviving the pregnancy itself and about the fate of the child who would be born enslaved. She could not rest or reduce her work pace or ask for accommodations because enslaved women were expected to work through pregnancy until their condition became impossible to hide, and even then were expected to resume work quickly after delivery. She could not seek medical care or prenatal monitoring because such care was not provided to enslaved women unless slaveholders decided it was economically justified. She carried the pregnancy alone in many ways, supported only by other enslaved women like Aunt Betsy, who understood from their own experience what pregnancy under slavery meant, who offered what help they could while knowing that help was limited by the brutal realities that governed all enslaved people's lives. By May 1851, 3 months into the pregnancy, Hannah's condition was becoming difficult to conceal. Her abdomen had begun to swell enough that the loose cotton dresses enslaved women wore could not completely hide her pregnancy from observers who looked closely. Her morning sickness had become severe enough that she sometimes had to pause in the cotton fields to vomit, had to explain to other enslaved people working nearby that she was ill rather than pregnant, because revealing pregnancy too early might result in work assignments being adjusted before Hannah was ready to have her condition acknowledged officially. Her fatigue had increased to the point where meeting daily cotton picking quotas required pushing herself beyond what felt sustainable, required working through pain and exhaustion that suggested her body was beginning to reach its limits. Yet Hannah continued working at full capacity, because the alternative, revealing her pregnancy to Foster and potentially being reassigned to lighter work, would also mean Whitmore and Foster would begin monitoring her pregnancy as an economic matter, would begin evaluating whether the pregnancy was progressing successfully, would begin holding Hannah responsible for delivering a healthy living child that would justify the investment of reduced work capacity during the final months of pregnancy. The comparison between how Hannah experienced pregnancy while enslaved and how Catherine Whitmore, Charles Whitmore's wife, experienced pregnancy in the plantation's main house revealed the vast gulf that slavery created between women of different races and social positions, even when they were both pregnant at the same time. Catherine Whitmore was pregnant with her 4th child during the same spring of 1851 when Hannah was carrying her 3rd pregnancy. But Catherine's experience bore almost no resemblance to Hannah's, despite the biological similarities of pregnancy itself. Catherine rested frequently throughout her pregnancy, was attended by a doctor who made regular visits to monitor her health and the developing fetus, ate well from the plantation's best food, including meat and fresh vegetables and dairy products that never appeared in the rations provided to enslaved people, wore comfortable clothing specially made to accommodate her changing body, received solicitous care from her husband and from enslaved women who were assigned to serve her personal needs, and was expected to do essentially no physical labor during her pregnancy, beyond managing household affairs and supervising enslaved people who did the actual work of cooking and cleaning and childcare. When Catherine Whitmore delivered her child in August 1851, she did so in a bedroom in the main house, attended by a doctor who'd been summoned specifically for the delivery, with chloroform available if she wanted pain relief during labor, with enslaved women present to serve her needs during and after delivery, but with the actual medical care provided by a white physician who treated Catherine as a patient deserving respect and gentle handling. Catherine remained in bed for 3 weeks after delivery, recovering slowly under the doctor's supervision, being served meals and having her infant cared for by enslaved women so that Catherine could focus on her own recovery without the immediate burden of childcare. The contrast with how enslaved women delivered children and recovered from childbirth could not have been more stark, revealed how completely slavery created parallel but vastly unequal worlds, where white women's pregnancies were treated as precious events requiring protection and care, while enslaved women's pregnancies were treated as economic processes requiring just enough management to ensure viable children were produced for the slaveholders' benefit. Hannah continued working in cotton fields through May, through June, through July, as her pregnancy advanced and became impossible to conceal, as her body grew heavier and more awkward, and made the physical demands of cotton picking increasingly difficult. By late July, when Hannah was approximately 6 months pregnant, her condition was obvious enough that Foster finally acknowledged it and informed Whitmore, who instructed Foster to reassign Hannah to lighter duties for the final months before delivery. The reassignment came not because Whitmore or Foster felt any concern for Hannah's well-being, but because continuing heavy field work through the final trimester risked causing premature labor or stillbirth that would represent lost profit, and because Whitmore calculated that the value of the child Hannah was carrying exceeded the value of Hannah's labor for the final 2 or 3 months of pregnancy. Hannah was assigned to cooking duties in the quarters, was expected to prepare meals for other enslaved people, was expected to work from early morning until evening, but without the physical strain of field labor, was given slightly increased food rations ostensibly to support the pregnancy, but actually to ensure the fetus received adequate nutrition, even if Hannah herself remained undernourished. The final months of Hannah's pregnancy, from August through October 1851, were characterized by constant physical discomfort and increasing anxiety about the approaching delivery. Her body ached continuously from the weight of the pregnancy, from the swelling in her legs and feet that came from being on her feet all day despite being reassigned from field work, from the pressure on her spine and hips as the fetus grew larger and pressed against her internal organs. She slept poorly during the final weeks, waking frequently from physical discomfort or from fear about delivery, or from the baby moving inside her womb, movements that were supposed to be reassuring signs of fetal health, but that also reminded Hannah constantly that she was carrying a child who would be born enslaved, who would belong to Charles Whitmore rather than to Hannah, who might be sold away from her at whatever age Whitmore decided was most profitable. She felt the baby kick and turn inside her body, and experienced the complicated emotions that came from carrying a pregnancy under slavery. Love for the life she was creating, mixed with grief that this child would never know freedom. Attachment to the baby, despite knowing that attachment would make separation more painful. Hope that the child would somehow survive and thrive, despite being born into a system designed to exploit and dehumanize. As Hannah's October due date approached, as she felt her body beginning to prepare for labor, through cramping and through changes in how the baby was positioned, as Aunt Betsy examined her and confirmed that delivery would probably occur within days or weeks, Hannah thought about her 2 previous deliveries, remembered the pain and the fear and the exhaustion of labor that had lasted hours both times, remembered the relief when each baby had been born alive and healthy despite all the risks that threatened enslaved women during childbirth, remembered the complicated joy of holding her newborn children while knowing they were not truly hers to keep. She thought about Sarah, who stood on an auction block in Charleston pregnant with her 4th child, about Rose and Martha and Elizabeth, whose names appeared in William Thornton's breeding records in Virginia, about countless other enslaved women throughout the South who were pregnant at this same moment, or who would become pregnant tomorrow or next week or next month, all carrying pregnancies they had not chosen, all facing deliveries that would occur without adequate medical care, all producing children who would be born enslaved. And Hannah understood as she waited for labor to begin, as she felt her body approaching the moment when this pregnancy would transform into a birth that might kill her, or might deliver a healthy child, or might result in stillbirth that would bring punishment. That pregnancy under slavery was not the natural human experience of creating new life, but was a weaponized version of that experience. Was reproduction transformed into exploitation? Was the fundamental human capacity to bear children turned into a mechanism of oppression that extracted children from enslaved women's bodies against their will, and for purposes that served slaveholders' economic interests rather than the mother's desires or the children's welfare? The pregnancy she had carried for 9 months, the child who would soon be born, were not evidence of Hannah's maternal choice or maternal fulfillment, but were evidence of slavery's absolute control over enslaved women's most intimate physical functions, were proof that enslaved women's bodies belonged to slaveholders, not just as labor, but as reproductive machinery that could be used to generate additional enslaved people who would sustain the system that had enslaved their mothers and would enslave their children and their children's children for as long as slavery endured. Natchez, Mississippi. It was Thursday night, October 23rd, 1851, approximately 11:40 p.m., when Hannah felt the first unmistakable contraction that signaled her labor had begun in earnest. Felt it as a tightening across her abdomen that started gradually and built to a peak of intense cramping before slowly releasing, leaving her breathless and knowing with certainty that the pregnancy she had carried for 9 months was ending, that within hours, or perhaps within a day, she would deliver the child she'd been carrying, that the abstract reality of pregnancy was about to transform into the immediate physical ordeal of childbirth that would occur in the slave quarters of Charles Whitmore's Riverside plantation, without a doctor present, without pain medication available, without any of the medical interventions that white women of means could access when they delivered children, with only Aunt Betsy, the enslaved midwife, and perhaps one or two other enslaved women to provide whatever assistance they could offer, based on folk knowledge and experience, rather than formal medical training. Hannah had been sleeping, or trying to sleep despite the physical discomfort that had made rest difficult during the final weeks of pregnancy, when the contraction woke her. She lay still for several minutes after the contraction passed, waiting to determine whether this was false labor that would subside or genuine labor that would continue and intensify, waiting to see if another contraction would follow and how much time would elapse between contractions, calculating based on her 2 previous deliveries, how much time she might have before the baby actually came, and whether she should wake the other women who shared her cabin immediately or should wait until labor progressed further. A second contraction came approximately 15 minutes after the first, confirming that this was real labor beginning, that her body had initiated the process that would culminate in delivery sometime in the coming hours, that she needed to prepare herself mentally and physically for what was approaching, and needed to alert Aunt Betsy, who would attend the birth and would guide Hannah through the stages of labor, based on decades of experience, helping enslaved women deliver children in circumstances where professional medical care was absent, and where women had to rely on their own body's capacity to give birth with minimal assistance. Hannah rose slowly from the pallet where she'd been sleeping, moved carefully because sudden movements caused discomfort when she was this pregnant, walked quietly to avoid disturbing the 3 other enslaved women who shared the cabin and who needed whatever sleep they could get before the morning bell would summon them to another day of field work. She stepped outside into the October night, felt the cool air on her skin after the closeness of the cabin, looked up at a sky filled with stars that seemed indifferent to what was about to happen, to the birth that would occur in the quarters while Charles and Catherine Whitmore slept comfortably in the main house, unaware that one of their enslaved people was beginning labor that would produce another piece of property to add to Whitmore's holdings. Hannah walked slowly toward Aunt Betsy's cabin, located at the far end of the quarters approximately 100 yards from Hannah's own cabin, walked with one hand pressed against her lower back where the aching had become constant during the final weeks of pregnancy, and where each contraction seemed to intensify the pain. Aunt Betsy's cabin was dark when Hannah approached, but enslaved midwives learned to sleep lightly, because births often began at night, and because women in labor needed assistance that couldn't wait until morning. Hannah knocked softly on the door frame, called Aunt Betsy's name in a voice barely louder than a whisper, heard movement inside the cabin as Aunt Betsy woke and rose to see who needed her at this late hour. The door opened, and Aunt Betsy stood there, a woman of approximately 60 years whose body bore the evidence of her own 13 pregnancies and decades of hard labor, whose eyes showed the exhaustion that came from being the person everyone turned to when medical help was needed, but who also radiated the particular kind of strength that came from having survived what would have broken weaker people, who looked at Hannah's face and understood immediately, without words being spoken, that Hannah's labor had begun, and that Aunt Betsy would spend however many hours it took to deliver this baby, helping Hannah through the ordeal that every woman who gave birth under slavery had to endure. Aunt Betsy dressed quickly, gathered the supplies she kept ready for births, a clean cloth that had been boiled and dried to use for the baby, a sharp knife for cutting the umbilical cord, strips of fabric for binding Hannah's abdomen after delivery to help the womb contract, herbs that might help with pain, or might strengthen contractions if labor stalled, a small amount of grease that could be used to ease the baby's passage during delivery. The supplies were minimal because enslaved midwives had almost no access to proper medical equipment or medications, had to make do with whatever materials they could improvise from what was available in the quarters, had developed methods over generations that relied on women's own bodies and on practical techniques that had been passed down from midwives who'd learned from other midwives stretching back to Africa, where many of these practices had originated before slavery had forcibly transplanted African people and African knowledge to American plantations. Aunt Betsy followed Hannah back to Hannah's cabin, walking slowly to accommodate Hannah's pace, observing how Hannah moved and how she breathed during contractions to assess how far labor had progressed and how much time might remain before delivery. Inside Hannah's cabin, Aunt Betsy instructed the other women who shared the space to wake up, because attending births was communal work among enslaved women, who understood that childbirth was dangerous enough that the laboring woman needed as much support as could be provided, that someone needed to monitor the mother's condition, while someone else prepared supplies, while another person stood ready to seek help from the main house. If complications arose that required a doctor's intervention, even though doctors were rarely summoned for enslaved women's deliveries, unless the slaveholder decided his property investment justified the expense. The three women who shared Hannah's cabin rose from their pallets, moved efficiently despite having been woken from deep sleep, because they had all either given birth themselves or had attended other women's births and knew what was needed, knew that their presence might make the difference between Hannah surviving delivery or dying in childbirth, between the baby being born alive or stillborn, between the birth proceeding normally or requiring desperate interventions that enslaved midwives attempted based on knowledge passed down through generations. But that might fail anyway, because some complications couldn't be resolved without proper medical care that enslaved women couldn't access. Hannah's contractions intensified over the next several hours, progressing from the relatively mild cramping that had woken her at 11:40 p.m. to increasingly powerful contractions that came every 10 minutes, then every 5 minutes, then every 3 minutes as her body worked to open the cervix and push the baby down the birth canal toward delivery. Aunt Betsy examined Hannah periodically to assess dilation, checking with her fingers to determine how far the cervix had opened, offering reassurance that labor was progressing normally when Hannah's face showed fear that something might be wrong, explaining what was happening inside Hannah's body and what would happen next as labor advanced through its stages. Between contractions, Hannah tried to rest, tried to conserve energy for the pushing that would come later when the baby was ready to be born, tried not to think about the pain that was building with each successive contraction, tried not to remember that her previous two deliveries had each lasted more than 12 hours, and that this delivery might last equally long or longer. The pain of childbirth, which free women often described as the worst pain they had ever experienced, was compounded for enslaved women by the knowledge that they were enduring this suffering to produce a child who would be born enslaved, who would belong to the slaveholder rather than to the mother, who might be sold away at any age if the slaveholder decided selling the child was more profitable than keeping the child on the plantation. Hannah felt each contraction not just as physical pain, but as a reminder that her body was being used to generate property for Charles Whitmore, that the child she was laboring to deliver would be Whitmore's asset before the child was her child, that the love she already felt for this baby, who hadn't even been born yet, was love that slavery would weaponize against her by creating the constant threat that the child would be taken from her. The pain was physical, but it was also emotional and psychological. Was suffering layered upon suffering? Was the biological ordeal of childbirth combined with the systematic dehumanization that characterized every aspect of slavery? By Thursday morning, October 24th, approximately 6:30 a.m., Hannah had been in labor for 7 hours. The contractions had become intense enough that she could no longer remain still during them, could no longer maintain the composure that she tried to preserve, found herself crying out when the contractions peaked, despite her attempts to stay quiet, because she didn't want to disturb enslaved people in nearby cabins who needed sleep and who would face their own day of hard labor beginning when the morning bell rang. Aunt Betsy examined Hannah again and reported that dilation was complete, that the baby's head was positioned correctly, that Hannah could begin pushing with the next contraction, that the actual delivery was approaching, and that within an hour, or perhaps within 2 or 3 hours, the baby would be born if everything proceeded normally. The news that she could finally push, that the passive endurance of contractions could transition to active pushing that would actually advance the birth, brought Hannah a measure of relief despite her exhaustion, because pushing meant progress, meant the end of pregnancy was truly near, meant she could finally do something besides endure. The pushing stage of labor, which free women with access to doctors often completed lying on their backs in beds with medical assistance available, occurred for Hannah while she squatted, supported by 2 of the women from her cabin, who held her under her arms, while Aunt Betsy positioned herself to catch the baby when it emerged. Squatting was the traditional position for childbirth among enslaved women, was the position that African midwives had used for generations, and that had been maintained in slavery despite white doctors' preference for having women deliver lying down, was a position that allowed gravity to assist the delivery, and that gave women more control over the pushing process than lying passively in bed. Hannah squatted and pushed with each contraction, pushed with all the strength remaining in her exhausted body, pushed while Aunt Betsy encouraged her and told her she could see the baby's head beginning to emerge, pushed through pain that exceeded anything she'd experienced during the hours of contractions, pushed until finally, at 8:15 a.m. on Thursday morning, October 24th, 1851, 9 hours and 35 minutes after her labor had begun, the baby was born, emerged from Hannah's body in a rush of blood and fluid, was caught by Aunt Betsy's experienced hands, was a girl who took her first breath and cried, a healthy cry that announced she was alive. Aunt Betsy cleaned the baby's face, cleared her mouth and nose of fluid, tied and cut the umbilical cord, wrapped the infant in the clean cloth she'd brought, and after determining that the baby appeared healthy with all limbs present and moving normally, handed the child to Hannah, who was still being supported by the two women who'd helped her through the pushing stage. Hannah held her third child, held this daughter, who had no name yet because enslaved children's names were often chosen by slaveholders rather than by mothers, held this baby girl who was only minutes old and who was already property owned by Charles Whitmore, and felt the complicated rush of emotions that accompanied childbirth under slavery. Love for this tiny person who was completely vulnerable and completely dependent. Grief that this child had been born enslaved. Fear for what life would bring to a girl growing up under slavery. Pride that she had survived another delivery and had produced a living, healthy child. Exhaustion so profound that she could barely hold the baby despite wanting to never let her go. Relief that the pain of labor was ending, even though the pain of slavery would continue indefinitely. Aunt Betsy delivered the placenta, examined it to verify it appeared complete, bound Hannah's abdomen to help the womb contract and reduce bleeding, cleaned Hannah as much as possible, given the limited water and supplies available in the cabin, helped Hannah move from squatting position to lying on her pallet, where she could rest while nursing the baby. The entire process from the baby's birth to Hannah being settled on her pallet took approximately 30 minutes. 30 minutes during which Hannah held her newborn daughter and tried to imprint this moment in her memory, despite the exhaustion that made coherent thought difficult. 30 minutes during which the baby nursed for the first time, seeking Hannah's breast instinctively and beginning to feed. 30 minutes during which Hannah understood that this child who was nursing at her breast was not legally hers despite having come from her body. That Whitmore owned this baby girl the same way he owned Hannah. That this morning's delivery had increased Whitmore's property holdings by one enslaved person whose value would be calculated based on market prices for enslaved children, and whose future would be determined by Whitmore's economic interests, rather than by Hannah's maternal wishes. The morning bell that summoned enslaved people to field work rang at sunrise, approximately 6:45 a.m., while Hannah was still in the pushing stage of labor. The women from Hannah's cabin who had attended her delivery left after the baby was born. Left because they were required to report for field work, and because failing to appear when summoned would result in punishment that might include whipping. They left reluctantly, left knowing that Hannah needed more care and more rest, but knowing that slavery didn't pause for childbirth. That women who had just spent the night attending a delivery would still be expected to work a full day in cotton fields, that Hannah's needs were less important to the plantation's operations than maintaining the labor schedule that generated profit for Whitmore. Aunt Betsy remained with Hannah through the morning, remained because midwives were generally excused from other duties during and immediately after deliveries, remained to monitor Hannah's bleeding, and to verify the baby was nursing successfully, and to check for complications that might require alerting Whitmore that his property investment was at risk. By midday on Thursday, approximately 6 hours after the delivery, Hannah had rested as much as she could while caring for a newborn who needed to nurse frequently, while lying on a pallet in a cabin that was hot and close despite the October weather outside, while bleeding from the delivery and feeling pain from torn tissue that would take weeks to heal properly. Aunt Betsy had left by this point, had other responsibilities, attending to other enslaved people's medical needs, had given Hannah instructions about signs to watch for that might indicate infection or dangerous bleeding, had told Hannah to rest as much as possible over the next several days, though they both understood that rest under slavery meant something very different from genuine recovery time. Charles Whitmore visited the cabin that afternoon, visited not to congratulate Hannah or to express concern for her well-being, but to inspect his newest property, to verify that the baby appeared healthy and valuable, to estimate based on his experience how much this child might be worth when sold at various ages. Whitmore stood in the doorway of Hannah's cabin, looking down at the newborn girl lying beside Hannah on the pallet, observed the baby's size and color and apparent health, and said, "She looks strong. Good size. Should be worth $800 or $900 when she's old enough to sell. Maybe more if prices keep rising." The assessment was delivered matter-of-factly, the way someone might evaluate livestock or crops, with no acknowledgement that he was discussing a human infant who was hours old, with no recognition that Hannah had just endured 9 hours of labor to deliver this child, with no consideration for how Hannah might feel hearing her daughter's worth calculated in dollars before the baby was even a day old. Whitmore continued, "You did well producing a healthy girl. If you keep producing good children like this, you'll prove your value here." The comment was presumably meant as approval, as acknowledgement that Hannah had fulfilled her reproductive duty successfully, but what Hannah heard was confirmation that her value to Whitmore derived primarily from her capacity to produce enslaved children, that her own humanity mattered less than her ability to generate property through her reproductive capacity, that she was viewed fundamentally as breeding stock whose worth was measured by how many children she could bear, and how healthy those children were, and how much money those children could eventually generate when sold. After Whitmore left, after Hannah was alone in the cabin with her newborn daughter, she nursed the baby again and examined her features closely, looked at the tiny hands and feet, touched the baby's face, and felt the softness of newborn skin, counted the baby's fingers and toes the way all mothers do, and tried to memorize everything about this moment, because she understood from experience with her 2 previous children that time with babies was precious and fleeting, that this infant who was so small and helpless would grow quickly, that the opportunity to hold her newborn child would be measured in days and weeks before Hannah would be required to return to work and would have to leave the baby in someone else's care for most of each day. She thought about names, about what she would call this daughter, and decided to name her Grace, a name that Hannah hoped would carry some protection or blessing in a life that would offer neither grace nor blessing from the system that enslaved her, but that might carry power anyway through a mother's love, even when that love couldn't protect against slavery's brutality. The recovery period that enslaved women were allowed after childbirth varied by plantation and by slaveholder, but was universally much shorter than what free women experienced, was measured in days rather than weeks, reflected the economic calculation that women's labor was too valuable to lose for extended periods, even though inadequate recovery time often resulted in permanent physical damage that reduced women's long-term health and working capacity. On Whitmore's plantation, enslaved women who delivered children were typically required to return to work assignments approximately 1 week after delivery, were given lighter duties for the first week or 2, but were expected to resume full field work within a month of giving birth. The rationale was that enslaved women had been giving birth and returning to work quickly for generations without dying in large numbers. Therefore, the practice must be sustainable. A reasoning that ignored the countless enslaved women who did die from childbirth complications or from being required to work before their bodies had healed, that ignored the chronic health problems that resulted from repeated pregnancies without adequate recovery time, that prioritized short-term profit from women's labor over long-term preservation of women's health. Hannah's recovery from Grace's delivery followed this typical pattern. For the first 3 days after giving birth, Hannah remained in her cabin caring for Grace and resting as much as possible, while still being responsible for the baby's constant needs. On the 4th day, Sunday, October 27th, Hannah was required to attend to light duties around the quarters, helping with cooking and cleaning, working for several hours, while Grace was cared for by an elderly enslaved woman who was too old for field work and who served as nursemaid for several enslaved infants whose mothers had returned to work. On Monday, October 28th, Hannah returned to assigned work, was given lighter duties than field labor because she was still recovering from delivery and because she needed to nurse Grace several times during the day, but was expected to work full days performing tasks that were exhausting despite being categorized as light work relative to cotton picking. Within 2 weeks of Grace's birth, Hannah was back to full field work, was picking cotton under the same quotas that applied to all able-bodied enslaved people, was working from sunrise to sunset 6 days a week while nursing an infant who was still completely dependent on Hannah for nutrition and care. The system of requiring enslaved women to return to work shortly after childbirth created impossible demands on women's bodies that were still bleeding and healing from delivery, that were producing milk for infants who needed to nurse frequently, that were exhausted from sleepless nights, caring for newborns who woke every few hours needing attention. Hannah worked in cotton fields during the day while Grace was cared for by the elderly woman who supervised several infants, returned to the quarters in the evening to nurse Grace and care for her through the night, woke early the next morning to nurse Grace again before reporting for field work at sunrise, all while her body was recovering from delivery and while she was producing milk and while she was chronically sleep-deprived and exhausted. The toll this took on enslaved women's health was substantial, but was rendered invisible by slaveholders who simply expected enslaved women to continue working regardless of physical condition, who interpreted enslaved women's ability to survive this brutal schedule as evidence that the schedule was acceptable rather than as testament to enslaved women's extraordinary endurance and desperation to survive. The infant mortality rate among enslaved children was approximately twice as high as the infant mortality rate among white children in the antebellum South, reflected the inadequate care that enslaved infants received when their mothers were required to work all day and could only nurse and care for their babies during evening hours and on Sundays, reflected the poor nutrition that enslaved women received, which affected breast milk quality and quantity, reflected the unsanitary conditions in slave quarters where infants were vulnerable to diseases, reflected the reality that enslaved infants were often left in the care of people who were too old or too young to provide adequate supervision and who were responsible for multiple children simultaneously. The statistical reality that approximately 1 in 4 enslaved children died before reaching their first birthday, that even more died before reaching age 5, translated in human terms to endless grief for enslaved mothers who bore children, knowing that many wouldn't survive, who watched their babies sicken and die from diseases that proper medical care might have prevented, who buried child after child while being forced to continue working through their grief because slavery didn't allow time for mourning. Hannah's first child, Lucy, born in 1848, had survived infancy and was now 3 years old, was old enough to be learning tasks around the quarters, but was still too young to be assigned any productive labor. Hannah's second child, Samuel, born in 1850, was 1 year old and had also survived infancy despite the risks that threatened all enslaved children. Grace, born October 1851, would face the same uncertain odds, would either survive her first year or would die from disease or malnutrition or inadequate care, or from one of the countless dangers that killed enslaved infants, at rates that would have been considered scandalous if the children dying had been white instead of enslaved. Hannah knew these statistics not through numbers, but through experience, through having watched other enslaved women's babies die, through having attended funerals for infants who'd barely lived long enough to be named, through understanding that loving Grace meant accepting that Grace might die, despite Hannah's desperate attempts to keep her alive, that pregnancy and childbirth represented only the beginning of the ordeal of enslaved motherhood, and that the years following birth would bring constant anxiety about the child's survival and constant awareness that even children who survived infancy faced the perpetual threat of being sold away from their mothers. The moment when enslaved mothers fully understood that their children were property rather than their own family members came at different points for different women, but came inevitably for all enslaved mothers who lived long enough to see their children become valuable enough to sell. For some women, this realization came when their children were infants, and the slaveholder calculated the baby's worth out loud while inspecting the child as Whitmore had done with Grace. For other women, the realization came when their children were toddlers or young children, and the slaveholder threatened to sell the child as punishment for the mother's perceived disobedience or poor work performance. For still other women, the realization came when their children actually were sold, when a trader arrived and purchased the child and took the child away while the mother was working in fields and couldn't even say goodbye, when the mother returned to the quarters at day's end and discovered her child was gone and would never be seen again. Hannah's full understanding of Grace's status as property came 6 weeks after Grace's birth, came on a December morning in 1851 when a slave trader named Marcus Donovan visited Riverside Plantation to discuss purchasing several enslaved people from Whitmore's holdings. Hannah was working in the quarters when Donovan arrived, was close enough to overhear the conversation between Donovan and Whitmore as they toured the quarters evaluating enslaved people's value, heard Donovan ask about young children suitable for raising and training, heard Whitmore mention that he had several children under age 5, including an infant girl who'd been born in October and who appeared healthy and strong. Hannah felt her blood go cold hearing Grace discussed this way, understanding that Whitmore was already considering selling Grace, despite Grace being only 6 weeks old, understanding that the calculations Whitmore had made about Grace's future value weren't just abstract estimates, but were preparation for actually selling Grace when Whitmore decided the timing was right and the price was acceptable. The conversation between Donovan and Whitmore continued, with Donovan explaining that he had customers in Alabama who were specifically looking for young children who could be raised and trained on their plantations, that children sold at ages 3 to 5 commanded good prices because they were old enough to survive separation from their mothers, but young enough to be trained to the particular work routines of the plantations that purchased them. Whitmore responded that he generally preferred to keep children until age 8 or 10, when they commanded even higher prices, and when they'd provided several years of productive work on Riverside before being sold, but that he was willing to consider earlier sales if the prices offered were sufficiently high to justify losing the children's future labor value. The discussion was entirely economic, entirely focused on maximizing profit from the sale of children who'd been born on Whitmore's plantation, never once acknowledged that the children being discussed were human beings, with mothers who loved them, never considered that separating young children from their mothers was traumatic for both mothers and children, treated enslaved children as interchangeable units of property whose value could be calculated based on age and health and projected usefulness. Hannah listened to this conversation while continuing to work, while maintaining the neutral expression that enslaved people learned to wear when white people discussed them, while internally experiencing terror that Grace might be sold, might be taken from her when Grace was still an infant who needed Hannah's milk and Hannah's care, might disappear from Hannah's life the way countless other enslaved children disappeared from their mothers' lives through sales that occurred without warning and without consideration for the bonds between mothers and children. The conversation ended with Donovan deciding not to purchase any of Whitmore's young children during this visit, but with the clear implication that future purchases might occur, that Grace and Lucy and Samuel were all potentially for sale, that Hannah's relationship with her children existed at Whitmore's discretion and could be terminated whenever Whitmore decided selling one or more of her children would be profitable. After Donovan left, Hannah returned to her cabin during the brief midday break and nursed Grace while thinking about what she'd overheard, thinking about how powerless she was to protect her children from being sold, thinking about the impossible position that enslaved mothers occupied, where they were expected to bear children and care for children and love children while knowing that those children could be taken from them at any moment and that there was nothing mothers could do to prevent it. The love Hannah felt for Grace, the fierce protective instinct that all mothers feel toward their infants, existed in direct conflict with the reality that Grace was property that Whitmore could sell regardless of Hannah's feelings, that loving Grace deeply only made the perpetual threat of separation more painful, that enslaved motherhood meant experiencing the joy of bearing children while simultaneously experiencing the constant fear that those children would be taken away. Some enslaved women, confronted with this impossible situation, attempted to prevent pregnancy altogether through methods that had been passed down among enslaved women for generations. Methods that were partially effective, but carried significant risks if discovered by slaveholders who viewed pregnancy prevention as theft of potential property, and who punished enslaved women severely for attempting to control their own reproduction. The most common method was the use of herbal preparations that enslaved women believed could prevent conception or could induce early miscarriage if pregnancy occurred. Herbs like cotton root or pennyroyal or tansy that were consumed as teas or tinctures, and that women claimed had contraceptive or abortifacient properties. The actual effectiveness of these herbs varied, with some having genuine biological effects that might prevent pregnancy or induce miscarriage, while others were primarily placebos whose perceived effectiveness came from coincidental timing rather than from actual pharmacological action. But what mattered was that enslaved women believed these herbs gave them some measure of control over their reproduction, and used them when they felt they couldn't endure another pregnancy or couldn't bear to bring another child into slavery. The use of contraceptive or abortifacient herbs was knowledge that enslaved women shared secretly among themselves, shared with trusted friends and family members, but never openly, because slaveholders who learned that enslaved women were attempting to prevent pregnancy would punish those women severely for destroying potential property. A woman suspected of using herbs to prevent pregnancy might be interrogated to reveal who provided the herbs and what methods were being used, might be whipped as punishment for attempting to reduce the slaveholder's holdings, might be sold to a different plantation where she'd be separated from whatever community support she had, and where she might be more closely monitored to ensure pregnancy occurred, might be raped by the slaveholder or overseer to ensure pregnancy occurred despite her attempts at prevention. The punishments were severe because slaveholders understood that widespread use of contraception among enslaved women would reduce birth rates and would diminish the profitability of slavery that depended on enslaved women reproducing to maintain and expand the enslaved population. Despite these risks, some enslaved women chose to use whatever methods they could access to prevent pregnancy, chose to risk punishment rather than bear more children who would be born enslaved, chose resistance through controlling their reproduction, even though that resistance was dangerous and was often ineffective. Other enslaved women, facing pregnancies they couldn't prevent, made the even more desperate choice to attempt abortion after conception had occurred, using stronger herbal preparations or physical methods to induce miscarriage, accepting significant risk to their own health because carrying another pregnancy to term seemed worse than the dangers of attempted abortion. These attempts at abortion were acts of resistance against slavery's control over women's bodies, were assertions of autonomy in circumstances where enslaved women had almost no autonomy, were desperate measures that reflected how intolerable forced motherhood was for women who couldn't bear to produce more children who would be enslaved. The consequences when slaveholders discovered that enslaved women had attempted to prevent pregnancy or had induced abortion were severe enough to serve as deterrent for many women who might otherwise have attempted these methods. A case that circulated through enslaved communities in the Mississippi Delta region in the late 1840s involved an enslaved woman named Mary who worked on a cotton plantation in Washington County, who had delivered 4 children in 6 years, and who told other enslaved women that she couldn't survive another pregnancy, that her body couldn't endure another delivery, that she would do whatever necessary to prevent becoming pregnant again. Mary obtained herbs from another enslaved woman who was known to have knowledge of contraceptive plants, consumed tea made from these herbs daily for several months, and successfully avoided pregnancy during that period. But Mary's slaveholder noticed that she hadn't become pregnant despite living in arrangements designed to encourage pregnancy, questioned her about whether she was doing something to prevent conception, and when Mary refused to answer, had her whipped until she revealed that she was using herbs and identified the woman who had provided them. The punishment that Mary's slaveholder imposed was calculated to be severe enough to deter other enslaved women from attempting similar resistance. Mary was whipped again, more severely, in front of other enslaved people on the plantation who were forced to watch as a lesson about what happened to women who attempted to control their own reproduction. The woman who had provided the herbs was also whipped and was sold to a slave trader shortly afterward, was removed from the plantation as punishment and as warning to other enslaved people not to share contraceptive knowledge. Mary herself was reassigned to different quarters, where she was monitored more closely, was eventually raped by the plantation overseer to ensure pregnancy occurred, and delivered a fifth child approximately 9 months after her punishment. A child whose conception was itself a form of violence designed to break Mary's resistance and to assert the slaveholder's absolute control over her reproductive capacity. The story of Mary's punishment spread through enslaved communities, as these stories always spread, served as warning about the dangers of attempting pregnancy prevention, but also as testimony that some women chose resistance, despite knowing the consequences, chose to risk punishment, rather than passively accept forced motherhood. For most enslaved women, the reality was that pregnancy prevention was too risky, or too unreliable, or too unknown to attempt. That bearing children was an unavoidable consequence of being enslaved and being female, and being of childbearing age. That resistance to forced motherhood was nearly impossible given slaveholders' control over enslaved women's living situations, and intimate lives, and access to resources. These women endured repeated pregnancies, not because they chose motherhood, but because they lacked the power to refuse it, endured deliveries under conditions that risked their lives and their health, endured the grief of watching their children be treated as property, and sometimes be sold away, endured all of this because survival under slavery required enduring what couldn't be changed while looking for small opportunities for resistance, where resistance was possible. And Grace, sleeping in Hannah's arms in that cabin in December 1851, represented both the joy that came from bringing life into the world and the tragedy that came from bringing enslaved life into a world that would view her as property before viewing her as human, that would calculate her value in dollars before recognizing her value as a person, that would control her body and her labor and potentially her own reproductive capacity when she reached childbearing age, continuing the cycle of forced motherhood that had dominated Hannah's life, and that would dominate Grace's life unless slavery ended, or unless Grace somehow escaped to freedom, which seemed impossible from the perspective of an enslaved infant living on a Mississippi cotton plantation in 1851 with no clear path to liberty and every reason to expect that enslavement would be permanent. Lexington, Kentucky. It was Wednesday afternoon, May 7th, 1845, approximately 3 p.m., when an enslaved woman named Celia, age 19, stood in the kitchen of the main house on Robert Newsom's farm, located approximately 5 miles outside of Lexington, preparing the evening meal that Newsom expected to be ready by 6 o'clock. Working alone because Newsom's household was small and employed only 3 enslaved people, Celia herself and 2 men who worked primarily in the fields and barns, but who also performed various tasks around the property as Newsom directed. Celia had been enslaved by Newsom for approximately 4 years, had been purchased by him in 1841 when she was 14 years old, had been purchased not primarily for household labor, though that was the work she performed, but for reasons that became clear on the first night after her purchase, when Newsom came to the small cabin where Celia slept and raped her, establishing a pattern of sexual violence that continued for the next 4 years, and that resulted in Celia giving birth to 2 children, both fathered by Newsom through repeated rapes that occurred dozens or perhaps hundreds of times during those 4 years. Rapes that were not legally recognized as crimes because enslaved women had no legal right to refuse their enslavers' sexual demands, because the law viewed enslaved women's bodies as property that slaveholders could use however they chose without legal consequence. Celia's story, which would eventually be documented in court records when she was tried for killing Robert Newsom in 1855 after a decade of being repeatedly raped by him, represented not an exceptional case, but rather a common pattern that existed throughout the slaveholding South, where enslaved women lived under the constant threat of sexual violence from white men who held absolute power over their bodies and their lives. The sexual violence that enslaved women experienced was systematic rather than random, was embedded in the fundamental structure of slavery that treated enslaved people as property without legal rights or legal protections, that gave slaveholders and their sons and their overseers and other white men access to enslaved women's bodies without requiring consent and without facing legal or social consequences for rape, that would have been prosecuted as serious crimes if the victims had been white women rather than enslaved women. The rape of enslaved women was so normalized within slaveholding society that it was rarely discussed openly in polite company, but was simultaneously so common that virtually every plantation with enslaved women included women who had been raped, who had borne children conceived through rape, who lived with the trauma of ongoing sexual violence that they lacked any power to prevent or to escape. The legal framework that enabled this sexual violence was straightforward and brutal in its clarity. Enslaved women were property under American law throughout the slaveholding states, were classified legally as chattel that could be bought and sold and used according to the owner's wishes, were denied the legal status of persons who possessed rights that had to be respected. A white man who raped an enslaved woman committed no crime in the eyes of the law because the law did not recognize that enslaved women could be raped, did not accept that enslaved women had the right to refuse sexual activity, defined rape narrowly as a crime that could only be committed against women who possessed legal personhood, which enslaved women were explicitly denied. The result was a legal system that provided enslaved women with absolutely no protection against sexual violence, that allowed white men to rape enslaved women with impunity, that treated the children born from these rapes as enslaved property, belonging to the mother's enslaver, regardless of who fathered them, that created conditions where sexual violence against enslaved women was not just unpunished, but was functionally legal. This legal framework was reinforced by social norms within slaveholding society that treated enslaved women as inherently available for white men's sexual use, that portrayed enslaved women as hypersexual beings who could not be raped because they were assumed to be always willing, that blamed enslaved women rather than white men when sexual violence occurred, that maintained elaborate fictions about consensual relationships between enslaved women and white men, even in circumstances where genuine consent was impossible, given the power dynamics that defined slavery. White women in slaveholding families often knew that their husbands or sons or fathers were raping enslaved women, but maintained silence about this violence partly from their own lack of power within patriarchal structures, and partly from racial solidarity that placed protecting white men's reputations above acknowledging enslaved women's suffering, partly from the convenient fiction that enslaved women somehow seduced white men rather than being victimized by them. The result was a conspiracy of silence that surrounded sexual violence against enslaved women, a silence that allowed the violence to continue generation after generation, while being officially invisible in the public discourse about slavery. The experiences of individual enslaved women documented in historical records and in testimony collected after emancipation revealed the pervasive nature of this sexual violence and the varied forms it took. Some enslaved women, like Celia, were purchased specifically to serve as what was euphemistically called a concubine, but what was actually a woman who would be repeatedly raped by the man who purchased her, who would have no choice but to submit to ongoing sexual violence, who might bear multiple children fathered by her rapist, who would live in a state of perpetual sexual availability to the man who owned her. Robert Newsom's purchase of 14-year-old Celia, his rape of her on the first night after purchasing her, his continued sexual violence against her over the following decade, was not unusual behavior for slaveholders who wanted sexual access to enslaved women and who had the legal right and the physical power to take what they wanted regardless of the enslaved women's wishes or well-being. Other enslaved women experienced sexual violence from multiple white men on the same plantation, from the slaveholder and his sons and the overseers, and sometimes from white men who visited the plantation, from any white man who decided he wanted sexual access to an enslaved woman and who had the power to take what he wanted. An enslaved woman named Harriet, who testified about her experiences in slavery during interviews conducted in the 1930s as part of the Works Progress Administration's Slave Narrative Project, described how she was raped by the plantation owner when she was 16 years old, was raped by the owner's oldest son when she was 17, was raped by the plantation overseer when she was 19, was raped by a white man who visited the plantation when she was 21, had borne 4 children by the time she was 23 years old with 4 different white fathers, none of whom she had chosen to be intimate with, all of whom had raped her, and then continued with their lives while Harriet carried the pregnancies and delivered the children and raised them while continuing to work full-time in the fields. Harriet's testimony, given when she was in her 80s and recounting events that had occurred more than 60 years earlier, conveyed the matter-of-fact tone that many formerly enslaved women used when describing sexual violence, not because the violence wasn't traumatic, but because it had been so constant and so normalized that it seemed like simply another aspect of slavery that had to be endured rather than like discrete criminal acts that should have been punished. The age at which enslaved girls became vulnerable to sexual violence, varied but was often shockingly young, reflected the reality that slaveholders and other white men viewed enslaved females as available for sexual use once they reached puberty, or sometimes even before. Testimony from formerly enslaved women documented cases of girls as young as 12 or 13 being raped by slaveholders or overseers, documented the trauma of experiencing sexual violence before the girls fully understood what was being done to them, documented how early sexual violence shaped these girls' entire lives and often resulted in pregnancies during early teenage years when their bodies were not fully developed, and when childbirth carried increased risks of complications and death. An enslaved woman named Louisa, interviewed in 1937 when she was 92 years old, described being raped by her enslaver's son when she was 13 years old, described not understanding what was happening the first time because no one had explained to her what sex was or what pregnancy was, described realizing months later that she was pregnant without knowing how pregnancy had occurred or what it meant, described delivering her first child when she was 14 years old, attended only by other enslaved women, because the slaveholder didn't consider it worth paying for a doctor to attend an enslaved teenager's delivery. The children born from these rapes occupied a particularly tragic position within the system of slavery, were living evidence of the sexual violence that slaveholding society officially denied, but that produced thousands of mixed-race enslaved children whose very existence testified to the systematic rape of enslaved women by white men. These children, referred to using various euphemisms like mulatto or fancy girl, or simply described as light-skinned in slaveholders' records, were enslaved from birth according to the legal principle of partus sequitur ventrum, the doctrine that children inherited the legal status of their mothers rather than their fathers, a principle that ensured that children born from white men raping enslaved women became enslaved property rather than free children of white fathers. This legal arrangement served the economic interests of slavery by ensuring that rape increased the enslaved population and generated additional property for slaveholders, created incentives for sexual violence by making it economically profitable for slaveholders to rape enslaved women, and absolved white fathers of any responsibility for the children they had fathered through rape. The treatment of these mixed-race children varied widely depending on individual circumstances and individual slaveholders' decisions. Some slaveholders treated children they had fathered through rape with slightly more leniency than they treated other enslaved children, might assign those children to less brutal work in the main house rather than to field labor, might eventually free those children in their wills. Though this was relatively rare and required the slaveholder to acknowledge paternity, which many were unwilling to do. But more commonly, slaveholders treated their own biological children who had been born to enslaved women they had raped exactly like any other enslaved property, worked them in fields, sold them to traders, separated them from their mothers, showed no acknowledgement of biological relationship or paternal responsibility. Some slaveholders went so far as to sell their own biological children to distant locations, specifically to remove the visible evidence of sexual violence from their plantations, to avoid the discomfort that came from having light-skinned enslaved children who clearly shared physical features with the white family, to eliminate the complications that arose when white wives objected to having their husbands' children by enslaved women living on the same property and serving as constant reminders of their husbands' infidelity and sexual violence. The experiences of enslaved women who resisted sexual violence revealed both the courage of women who refused to accept rape passively and the severe consequences that resistance typically brought. Resistance took various forms depending on circumstances and individual women's assessment of what was possible and what risks they could endure. Some enslaved women resisted through verbal refusal, through saying no when white men demanded sexual access, through asserting their right to bodily autonomy, even though that right had no legal recognition. These verbal refusals rarely prevented rape from occurring, because white men who were determined to rape enslaved women had the physical power and the legal authority to do so regardless of the enslaved women's protests. But verbal refusal represented a form of moral resistance, an assertion that what was being done was wrong even if it couldn't be prevented, a refusal to grant legitimacy to sexual violence even while lacking the power to stop it. Other enslaved women resisted through physical struggle, through fighting against their rapists even though fighting was dangerous, and often resulted in additional violence or severe punishment. An enslaved woman named Rose, whose story was documented in court records from Virginia in 1832, physically resisted when her enslaver attempted to rape her, fought him off strongly enough that he couldn't complete the assault, and was subsequently whipped so severely for her resistance that she carried permanent scars from the beating for the rest of her life. The whipping was justified by the enslaver as punishment for Rose's insubordination and violent behavior toward her master, language that transformed Rose's self-defense against rape into a crime of resisting authority, that punished her for refusing to submit to sexual violence as though resistance to rape was a disciplinary problem requiring correction rather than a legitimate attempt to protect herself from harm. Still, other enslaved women sought protection from sexual violence by forming relationships with enslaved men, hoping that having a recognized partner might discourage white men from sexual assault, or might provide some measure of protection through the enslaved partner's presence, even though enslaved men had little actual power to protect enslaved women from white men's violence. But these relationships often provided no protection at all, with white men raping enslaved women regardless of their relationship status, sometimes raping enslaved women specifically to assert dominance over enslaved men who could only watch helplessly while unable to defend their partners, using sexual violence as a tool of control and humiliation directed not just at the women being raped, but also at the men who cared about those women and who were forced to witness their partner's violation without being able to intervene. The psychological trauma this inflicted on both enslaved women who were raped and enslaved men who couldn't protect them was profound and lasting, contributed to the destruction of family bonds and intimate relationships that slavery sought to prevent from forming or to undermine when they did form. The most desperate form of resistance that some enslaved women chose was attempting to kill the men who were raping them. A form of resistance that was extremely dangerous because murdering a white person was a capital crime that would result in execution if discovered, but that some women chose anyway when the alternative seemed worse than death. Celia, the enslaved woman in Kentucky, who had been purchased at age 14 specifically to be raped by Robert Newsom, eventually killed Newsom in 1855 after more than a decade of ongoing sexual violence, killed him by hitting him with a stick while he was attempting to rape her again, then burned his body in her fireplace to hide evidence of what she had done. Celia was discovered, arrested, tried for murder in a trial where her lawyers attempted unsuccessfully to argue that she had the right to defend herself against rape, and was convicted and hanged for killing the man who had been raping her for a decade. The trial proceedings, preserved in court records, documented Celia's testimony about the years of sexual violence she had endured, but the judge instructed the jury that enslaved women had no legal right to refuse their enslavers' sexual demands, and therefore Celia could not claim self-defense against rape that the law didn't recognize as rape. Celia was executed on December 21st, 1855, was hanged for the crime of killing her rapist, while Robert Newsom was treated as the victim, and Celia was treated as a murderer rather than as a woman who had finally fought back against a decade of sexual torture. The religious justifications that some slaveholders offered for the system that enabled sexual violence against enslaved women revealed the moral bankruptcy of attempts to defend slavery as consistent with Christian ethics. Some ministers in slaveholding states preached that God had ordained slavery and that enslaved people should submit to their masters in all things. Interpretations that explicitly or implicitly included submitting to sexual demands, that portrayed resistance to slaveholders, sexual violence, as resistance to God's appointed order. Other religious leaders maintained that enslaved women who were raped by white men were somehow complicit in their own rape, were temptresses who seduced upright Christian men, were immoral beings who couldn't truly be violated because they lacked the moral purity that would make sexual violence against them genuinely wrong. These religious justifications were used to absolve white men of responsibility for sexual violence, to blame enslaved women for the violence committed against them, to maintain the fiction that slavery was a benevolent Christian institution, even while it systematically enabled the rape of hundreds of thousands of enslaved women over multiple generations. The pregnancy that resulted from rape created additional layers of trauma and complication for enslaved women who had no choice about whether to continue pregnancies conceived through violence. Unlike free women who might have some options for ending unwanted pregnancies through abortion methods that were sometimes legal, or at least sometimes available in the 19th century, enslaved women who became pregnant through rape faced the reality that attempting abortion was extremely dangerous, both medically and legally. That slaveholders viewed pregnancies as valuable property regardless of how those pregnancies occurred. That a pregnancy conceived through rape would be treated exactly like any other pregnancy in terms of the enslaved woman being expected to deliver a healthy living child who would become enslaved property. The children born from rape thus represented the permanent consequence of sexual violence, represented living reminders of trauma that mothers had to care for and often came to love, despite the violent circumstances of their conception, represented additional value to the slaveholder who had raped the enslaved woman, or who benefited from other white men raping his enslaved women, because each pregnancy increased his property holdings. Some enslaved women who became pregnant through rape did attempt abortion despite the risks, did use herbal preparations or physical methods to try to end pregnancies they couldn't bear to carry to term, did choose to risk death or severe punishment rather than give birth to children conceived through rape. The historical record contains scattered references to enslaved women who attempted abortion after being raped, references that usually appear in contexts where the women were punished for attempting to destroy their slaveholders' property, or where the women died from abortion attempts that went wrong medically. An overseer's report from a Louisiana plantation in 1849 documented a case where an enslaved woman named Jane died from hemorrhaging after attempting to induce abortion using herbal preparations and physical methods, documenting that before her death, Jane had told other enslaved women that she had been raped by one of the slaveholders' sons and couldn't survive delivering another child conceived through violence, documenting that Jane preferred death to continuing a pregnancy that represented the permanent mark of rape on her body and her life. The light-skinned children born from white men raping enslaved women often faced particular vulnerabilities within slavery because their appearance marked them as products of rape, because they were visual evidence of sexual violence that slaveholding society wanted to deny, because their presence on plantations created complications and tensions that slaveholders sometimes resolved by selling these children away from their mothers and away from the plantations where they had been born. The market for light-skinned enslaved children was robust, particularly for girls who would grow into light-skinned enslaved women, who were sometimes sold into sexual slavery serving wealthy men in cities like New Orleans, where fancy girl markets existed specifically to trade in light-skinned enslaved women who would be purchased as concubines and prostitutes. The children who Celia had borne after being raped repeatedly by Robert Newsom, the children who Harriet had borne after being raped by multiple white men on her plantation, the thousands of other children born from rape across the slaveholding South, all faced futures that would be determined by slaveholders who might keep them, or might sell them, or might free them, but who would not acknowledge paternity or accept responsibility for children they had fathered through rape. The testimony that formerly enslaved women gave about sexual violence during interviews conducted in the 1930s, 60 to 70 years after emancipation, revealed patterns that historians have used to understand the scope and nature of sexual violence under slavery. Many women interviewed were in their 80s and 90s, were recounting experiences from their teenage years and young adulthood during the 1850s and early 1860s, were speaking about events that had occurred generations earlier, but that clearly remained traumatic memories, despite the passage of time. Some women spoke relatively openly about having been raped, about having borne children fathered by slaveholders or overseers, about the pervasive sexual violence that characterized their experiences of slavery. Other women were more circumspect in their language, used euphemisms or indirect references to sexual violence, suggested that certain things had happened without describing them explicitly, revealed through their careful language and their obvious discomfort that they were discussing deeply traumatic experiences that remained painful even decades after emancipation. One pattern that emerged from these interviews was that enslaved women often described the inevitability of sexual violence, described it as something that happened to virtually every enslaved woman who was young and female and living on a plantation with white men who had absolute power over enslaved people's lives. An interview with a formerly enslaved woman named Martha, conducted in Mississippi in 1937, included Martha's statement that every girl was used by white men on the plantation where she had been enslaved, that this was simply understood to be part of what happened to enslaved girls when they reached their teenage years, that mothers warned their daughters that white men would rape them, and that there was nothing the girls could do to prevent it, except try to avoid being alone with white men, which was often impossible, given work assignments and living arrangements that gave white men constant access to enslaved women. Martha's matter-of-fact tone in describing this pattern reflected not acceptance, but rather the recognition that sexual violence was so normalized under slavery that it seemed like an inevitable aspect of enslaved women's experience, rather than like discrete criminal acts that should have been extraordinary and shocking. Another pattern revealed in the testimony was that some enslaved women distinguished between different forms of sexual violence, based on whether ongoing relationships developed from the initial rape, based on whether the white men who raped them showed any signs of affection or care, or whether the violence was purely exploitative and brutal. Some women described situations where they had been repeatedly raped by the same white man over years, where a form of relationship had developed that included elements of affection or care alongside the fundamental coercion and violence, where the women had come to feel some attachment to their rapists, even while understanding that the relationships were not consensual and were not equal. These complicated relationships troubled the simple narratives of slavery as purely brutal and of enslaved women as purely victims, revealed that human relationships under slavery could include affection and attachment, even in circumstances that were fundamentally coercive, revealed the psychological complexity of surviving sexual violence by developing survival strategies that included forming emotional connections with perpetrators when that seemed like the best available option for navigating impossible circumstances. But other women's testimony described sexual violence that involved no relationship at all, described being raped by white men they barely knew or didn't know at all, described being raped multiple times by different men, none of whom showed any interest in the women beyond using their bodies for sexual gratification. These women's experiences revealed the most brutal aspects of sexual violence under slavery, revealed that some white men viewed enslaved women as objects to be used for pleasure without any recognition of their humanity, revealed that rape under slavery sometimes involved not just individual acts of violence, but systematic patterns where enslaved women were raped repeatedly by different perpetrators in circumstances where resistance was impossible, and where the psychological trauma was compounded by the frequency and variety of assaults, and by the complete lack of any protection or recourse. The Northern complicity in the sexual violence that characterized slavery extended beyond the obvious fact that Northern industries and financial institutions profited from Southern slavery that relied partly on forced reproduction generated through rape. Northern complicity also included the legal and political frameworks that Northern states supported, frameworks that recognized enslaved people, including enslaved women, as property rather than as persons, that enforced fugitive slave laws requiring the return of enslaved women who fled north to escape rape, that maintained the compromises and constitutional provisions that protected slavery and thus protected the systematic sexual violence that was integral to how slavery functioned. When Northern politicians or Northern citizens claimed they opposed slavery while simultaneously supporting political arrangements that preserved slavery, they were implicitly supporting the systematic rape of enslaved women that slavery enabled and encouraged, were claiming moral opposition to slavery while maintaining practical support for the institutions that made slavery and its sexual violence possible. The sexual violence that enslaved women experienced under slavery represented not a peripheral feature of the system, but a central mechanism through which slavery functioned and reproduced itself. The forced reproduction that occurred through rape generated enslaved children who expanded the enslaved population after the international slave trade ended, generated property for slaveholders who directly profited from raping enslaved women, maintained psychological control through sexual violence that asserted slaveholders' absolute power over enslaved women's most intimate bodily functions. The rape of enslaved women was systematic, was legally sanctioned, was socially normalized within slaveholding society, was protected by northern complicity, was enabled by religious justifications, was enforced through violence against women who resisted, produced children who were born enslaved, and who represented the permanent consequences of sexual violence, shaped the lives and the traumas of hundreds of thousands of enslaved women across multiple generations. And Celia, standing in Robert Newsom's kitchen on that Wednesday afternoon in May 1845, preparing his dinner while carrying another pregnancy conceived through rape, represented millions of enslaved women whose stories weren't preserved in court records. The way Celia's story eventually was when she killed her rapist and was tried for murder. Women whose experiences of sexual violence occurred daily and were never documented and were officially invisible, but were absolutely real and absolutely devastating. Women who endured repeated rapes and forced pregnancies and the births of children fathered by their rapists and the permanent trauma of systematic sexual violence that was treated as normal within the system of slavery. Women who survived when survival seemed impossible, and who maintained their humanity despite everything being done to deny that humanity, and who resisted when they could resist, and who endured when endurance was the only option available, and who deserved to be remembered as women who suffered under a system that treated them as property, and who were raped by men who faced no legal or social consequences for that rape, and who nonetheless were human beings, deserving of dignity and protection and justice, that slavery systematically denied them. New Orleans, Louisiana. It was Tuesday morning, November 12th, 1850, approximately 9:30 a.m., when an enslaved woman named Eliza stood on the auction platform at Banks's Arcade on Magazine Street, holding the hand of her 10-year-old son, Randall, while her 7-year-old daughter, Emily, clung to her skirt, all three of them positioned on the raised platform where potential buyers could inspect them closely, all three of them understanding with varying degrees of comprehension that they were being sold, and that the outcome of this morning's auction would determine whether they remained together as a family, or whether they would be separated and sold to different buyers who might take them to different plantations, or different cities, or different states, where they would never see each other again. Eliza was 32 years old, had been enslaved since birth in Virginia, had been sold to a New Orleans trader 3 weeks earlier after her previous enslaver died and his estate was liquidated to settle debts, had made the journey from Virginia to Louisiana in a coffle while trying to protect her children from the worst hardships of the journey, and while living in constant fear that the trader would sell her children separately from her once they reached New Orleans, where the slave market was one of the largest and most profitable in the South. The auction house was crowded that morning with buyers who had come specifically for this sale, planters from Louisiana and Mississippi looking to purchase field workers for cotton plantations, city residents looking to purchase domestic servants for urban households, speculators looking to purchase enslaved people at auction prices and resell them for profit in markets where prices were higher. The auctioneer, a man named William Pierce, who had conducted slave auctions in New Orleans for more than 15 years, began by describing Eliza's attributes to the assembled buyers, noting that she was experienced in household work, that she was healthy and strong despite being in her 30s, that she had 2 children who were being offered for sale along with her, but who could be sold separately if buyers preferred to purchase only the mother or only one of the children. The casual way Pierce mentioned that Eliza and her children could be sold separately, as though family separation was simply another transaction detail requiring no special consideration, made Eliza's heart race with fear, because she understood that once bidding began, there was no guarantee that whoever purchased her would also purchase Randall and Emily. The bidding opened with a planter named James Wilson, offering $600 for Eliza alone, not including the children, offering this price because he needed a household worker for his plantation west of New Orleans, and had no particular interest in purchasing children who would require years of feeding and care before they became productive workers. Eliza heard Wilson's bid and felt panic rising, because if Wilson's bid stood unchallenged, she would be sold away from her children, would be taken to his plantation, while Randall and Emily were sold to different buyers, would never see them again because enslaved people who were sold to different owners rarely had any opportunity to reunite. A second buyer, a woman named Catherine Hartwell, who operated a boarding house in New Orleans and needed domestic help, bid $650 for Eliza alone, similarly showing no interest in the children whose presence would complicate household arrangements and whose labor wouldn't justify the expense of purchasing them. Eliza, still standing on the auction platform, holding Randall's hand while Emily clung to her, did something that enslaved people being sold were rarely brave enough to do, because it risked punishment and risked being labeled as difficult or disobedient, which could reduce their sale price or result in being purchased by buyers who specifically wanted to break resistant enslaved people. She spoke directly to the buyers assembled in front of the platform, spoke in a voice loud enough to be heard across the auction room. Despite the risk, said, "Please don't separate me from my children. I'm a good worker. I'll work hard for whoever buys me. But please let me stay with my babies. They need their mother. And I need them. Please." The plea was delivered with desperation that was obvious to everyone present, with a mother's terror at losing her children, with an appeal to the humanity and mercy of people who were participating in a slave auction, and who had already demonstrated through their presence that they were willing to treat human beings as property that could be bought and sold. The response to Eliza's plea varied among the buyers present. Some appeared uncomfortable, shifted in their seats, or looked away, revealed through their body language that they recognized the moral horror of what was happening, even if they weren't willing to act on that recognition, by refusing to participate in the auction. Others appeared unmoved, continued evaluating Eliza and the children with the same detached assessment they would apply to purchasing livestock or equipment, showed no visible response to Eliza's emotional appeal because they viewed enslaved people's feelings as irrelevant to business transactions. A few buyers showed visible contempt, seemed offended that an enslaved woman would speak without being invited to speak, seemed to believe that Eliza's plea was manipulation or insolence that deserved correction rather than a legitimate expression of maternal love and fear. The auctioneer Pierce intervened quickly, instructed Eliza to be silent, threatened her with punishment if she spoke again without permission, restored the business-like atmosphere of the auction that Eliza's plea had temporarily disrupted. But Eliza's plea, despite being silenced by the auctioneer, had accomplished something unexpected. A buyer named Samuel Northup, who had been observing the auction without yet making any bids, was moved by Eliza's desperation and by the sight of her children clinging to her while facing separation. Northup, who owned a small plantation approximately 30 miles from New Orleans and who had come to the auction intending to purchase 1 or 2 field workers, made a decision that deviated from his original plans. He bid $800 for all 3 of them together, Eliza and both children as a family unit, bid this higher price because he was willing to pay the premium required to keep them together, because something in Eliza's plea had touched whatever conscience remained active despite his participation in slavery. The bid represented approximately $200 more than Northup had planned to spend, represented purchasing 2 children who wouldn't provide immediate productive labor, represented a decision motivated partly by sympathy and partly by the calculation that Eliza would work more reliably and more productively if she wasn't devastated by having her children torn from her. The other buyers who had been bidding for Eliza alone chose not to bid against Northup's higher price for the family unit, calculated that $800 was too much to pay for 1 household worker and 2 young children, decided to wait for other enslaved people being auctioned that day who might be available at better prices. Pierce struck his gavel, announced, "Sold to Mr. Samuel Northup for $800, and instructed Eliza and her children to step down from the platform and wait in the holding area where enslaved people who had been purchased would be collected by their new owners. Eliza descended from the platform, holding Randall and Emily close to her. feeling overwhelming relief that they would not be separated, feeling gratitude toward Northup despite understanding that his decision to purchase them together didn't erase the fundamental violence of being sold as property, feeling the complicated emotions that came from having her desperate plea answered in circumstances where she had expected only separation and loss. But Eliza's experience, being sold together with her children because a buyer chose to keep them together, represented the exception rather than the rule in slave auctions throughout the South. The more common pattern, the experience that thousands of enslaved mothers endured, was separation from their children through sales that tore families apart deliberately or casually, that treated children as independent units of property that could be sold separately from their mothers whenever slaveholders or traders calculated that separate sales would be more profitable than keeping families together. The economic logic of family separation was straightforward and brutal. Children could be sold separately to buyers who wanted children specifically for raising and training to plantation work routines, could be sold at ages when their prices were lower than what adults commanded, but when they still represented valuable long-term investments. Mothers could be sold separately to buyers who wanted adult workers immediately and who didn't want the complication or expense of dealing with children. The total profit from selling mother and children separately often exceeded what could be obtained by selling them together, because buyers purchasing family units demanded discounts to account for the children's limited immediate productivity, while buyers purchasing individuals paid market rates for exactly what they wanted, without subsidizing unwanted family members. The age at which enslaved children were most commonly separated from their mothers varied, but clustering occurred around ages 8 to 12, the period when children had survived the high infant mortality rates that made very young children risky investments, but when children were still young enough to be trained to work routines, and young enough that their prices remained relatively affordable for buyers with limited capital. An 8-year-old child separated from their mother at auction faced the trauma of losing their primary caregiver and source of emotional security, faced being taken to an unfamiliar place by strangers who had purchased them, faced growing up without their mother's protection or guidance or love, faced the psychological damage that came from being torn from their family at an age when children needed stable attachments and consistent care. From the mother's perspective, having an 8-year-old child sold away meant losing a child who was old enough to have formed a distinct personality and deep emotional bonds, meant knowing that the child would remember her and would grieve for her and would suffer from the separation, meant carrying the trauma of separation for the rest of her life while having no knowledge of what happened to the child after they were taken away. The documentation of family separations in slaveholders' records and slave traders' correspondence revealed how casually these traumatic events were treated by the people who profited from them. A letter from a Virginia slave trader to a potential buyer in Alabama, dated March 1852, listed available stock, including Negro woman, age 28, with 2 children ages 6 and 4, can be sold together or separately as buyer prefers. Woman valued at $800, children at $400 each if sold with mother, $350 each if sold separately. The letter treated the question of whether to separate mother and children as purely a matter of buyer convenience, offered a discount for keeping them together while simultaneously offering the option of separation without any acknowledgement that separation might matter to the people being sold. Another trader's letter from 1848 explicitly recommended separate sales, advising a client that the woman Mary will command better price sold alone to household work. Her children being young and troublesome would reduce her value if sold together. Recommend selling children separately to planters wanting to raise stock. Total profit from separate sales should exceed family unit sale by approximately $200. The desperate attempts that enslaved mothers made to prevent separation from their children, or to maintain contact after separation had occurred, demonstrated the depth of maternal love that survived despite slavery's systematic efforts to destroy family bonds. Some mothers, learning that their children were about to be sold, attempted to escape with their children, attempted to run away to free states or to remote locations where they might hide, attempted anything that might prevent the coming separation, even though escape attempts rarely succeeded and usually resulted in severe punishment. An enslaved woman named Margaret living on a Kentucky plantation in 1856, learned that her enslaver intended to sell her 3 youngest children to a trader who would take them to the Deep South, where Margaret would never see them again. Margaret attempted to escape to Ohio with her children on the night before the trader was scheduled to arrive, was captured while crossing the frozen Ohio River, and in a final desperate act of protection, killed her youngest daughter to prevent the child from being returned to slavery, choosing to end her daughter's life rather than allow her to be sold south into conditions that Margaret believed were worse than death. Margaret was tried for murder, was convicted, served time in prison, and lived with the trauma of having killed her own child to protect her from slavery for the rest of her life. Other mothers, after separation had occurred and escape was impossible, attempted to maintain contact with their sold children through letters written by literate people on their behalf, through messages sent via enslaved people who traveled between plantations, through any means available to learn what had happened to their children and to let their children know they were remembered and loved. The historical record contains letters from enslaved mothers to children who had been sold away. Letters that were usually written by white people who enslaved mothers asked to help them. Letters that expressed grief and longing and hope for eventual reunion. One such letter, written in 1858 by an enslaved woman named Caroline through a white minister who she convinced to write on her behalf, was addressed to her daughter, who had been sold to a plantation in Mississippi 3 years earlier, when the daughter was 9 years old. The letter said simply, "My dear child, I pray you are well, and that whoever owns you treats you kindly. I think of you every day, and I pray we will see each other again. Your mother Caroline loves you, and will never forget you." The letter was never delivered because Caroline didn't know the exact location where her daughter had been taken, but the minister kept the letter, and it survived in his papers, preserved as evidence of a mother's love that survived separation, and that continued despite no realistic hope of reunion. The Freedmen's Bureau records from the period immediately after the Civil War documented thousands of formerly enslaved people searching for family members who had been sold away during slavery, documented the scale of family separation and the determination of people who had been enslaved to reconstruct their families after emancipation. The Bureau received countless inquiries from parents searching for children, from children searching for parents, from siblings searching for each other, all attempting to locate family members who had been separated through sales that had occurred years or decades earlier. Many of these searches proved unsuccessful because records of enslaved people's sales were incomplete or destroyed, because enslaved people had been moved multiple times and their locations were unknown, because so much time had passed that people had died, or their whereabouts were untraceable. But some searches succeeded, resulted in reunions between parents and children who hadn't seen each other for 10 or 20 or 30 years, resulted in families piecing together what had happened during the years of separation, resulted in formerly enslaved people reclaiming family bonds that slavery had attempted to destroy. The long-term psychological impact of family separation on both mothers and children affected generations of African Americans whose family histories included traumatic separations during slavery. Children who were separated from their mothers at young ages carried trauma throughout their lives, developed attachment difficulties and trust issues, and complex grief that affected their ability to form stable relationships as adults. Mothers who lost children to slave sales carried grief that never completely healed, experienced a particular form of disenfranchised grief because the loss wasn't acknowledged as legitimate by the society that had caused it, lived with guilt about not having been able to protect their children, and with constant wondering about what had happened to children they would never see again. The intergenerational trauma of family separation affected not just the people who directly experienced separation, but also their descendants who inherited family histories marked by loss and absence and incomplete stories about ancestors who disappeared into slavery's records. And Eliza, standing in that auction house, holding her children after being purchased together by Samuel Northup, represented both the best and worst of what family separation under slavery meant. Best, because she had been spared the immediate trauma of separation, had been purchased together with her children, because one buyer had chosen to keep them together. Worst, because the entire scene, the auction itself, the threat of separation, the desperate plea she had been forced to make, the relief that came from not being separated, all occurred within a system where families could be torn apart at any moment for economic convenience, where children were property that could be sold separately from their parents, where maternal love had no legal standing and provided no protection against the economic logic that treated enslaved children as assets to be bought and sold individually, rather than as human beings who belonged with their families. Charleston County, South Carolina. It was Saturday night, August 3rd, 1856, approximately 10:45 p.m., when an enslaved woman named Patience met quietly with 3 other enslaved women in a clearing approximately half a mile from the slave quarters on the Ashford plantation. Meeting at this late hour and this remote location, because what they were about to discuss represented knowledge that could get them all severely punished or killed if discovered by the plantation's owner or overseer. Knowledge about herbs and methods that enslaved women used to prevent pregnancy or to end pregnancies that had already begun. Knowledge that had been passed down through generations of enslaved women who understood that controlling their own reproduction was one of the few forms of resistance available to them in circumstances where almost every other aspect of their lives was controlled by slaveholders. Patience was 43 years old, had been enslaved since birth, had delivered 9 children during her childbearing years, of whom 6 had survived infancy, and 3 had been sold away from her to different plantations where she would never see them again, and had decided after her 9th delivery at age 38 that she would not bear any more children who would be born enslaved and who would eventually be taken from her, had begun using herbal preparations that she believed prevented pregnancy, and had shared this knowledge with other enslaved women who sought her advice about avoiding the endless cycle of forced pregnancy and childbirth and separation from children that defined enslaved women's reproductive lives. The 3 women who had come to meet Patience that night were all in their 20s, were all either currently pregnant or recently delivered and dreading becoming pregnant again, were all desperate for knowledge about how to prevent future pregnancies, despite understanding that attempting pregnancy prevention was extremely dangerous if discovered. The first woman, named Rebecca, was 24 years old and was pregnant with her 4th child, was approximately 3 months along, and was experiencing the same exhaustion and nausea that had characterized her previous pregnancies, was terrified that she couldn't survive another pregnancy after this one, because her body felt broken from repeated childbearing without adequate time for recovery between pregnancies. The second woman, named Diana, was 26 years old and had delivered her 5th child just 2 months earlier, was still recovering from a difficult delivery that had left her bleeding for weeks afterward and left her convinced that another pregnancy might kill her, was determined to find some way to prevent conception, even if the methods available were only partially effective. The third woman, named Susan, was 22 years old and was pregnant with her 3rd child, was only 6 weeks along, and was wondering desperately whether there was any way to end this pregnancy before it progressed further, whether the herbs that Patience knew about could induce miscarriage if taken early enough, whether she could survive the physical and emotional toll of attempting abortion in circumstances where medical help would not be available if something went wrong. Patience listened to each woman describe her situation, listened with the patience that came from having survived similar experiences herself, listened with the understanding that what these women were asking her to share was knowledge that could save their lives or destroy them, depending on whether the knowledge proved effective or whether they were discovered attempting to use it. She explained that the knowledge she possessed had been taught to her by her own mother, who had learned it from her grandmother, who had learned it from women in Africa before slavery had forcibly transported them to America. That this was knowledge that had survived the Middle Passage and had survived generations of slavery because enslaved women had carefully preserved it and secretly transmitted it to their daughters and to other women who needed it. That the effectiveness varied and the risks were substantial, but that for some women, the risk of attempting pregnancy prevention or abortion seemed preferable to the certainty of bearing more children who would be enslaved. The primary herb that Patience used for pregnancy prevention was cotton root, the root of the cotton plant that enslaved women had access to, because cotton was cultivated on the plantation where they worked. Root that could be harvested secretly and prepared as tea that was consumed daily to prevent conception. Patients explained that cotton root tea needed to be consumed regularly to be effective, that the preparation required boiling the root thoroughly to extract whatever properties made it work, that some women who used it consistently remained without pregnancy for extended periods while other women became pregnant despite using it, which suggested the effectiveness was incomplete or variable. She explained that cotton root tea seemed to work better for some women than for others, possibly because of differences in individual physiology, or because of differences in how the tea was prepared, or because of pure chance, but that the women she knew who had used it most successfully were those who consumed it daily without missing doses and who had access to fresh cotton root rather than dried root that might have lost potency. For Diana, who wanted to prevent pregnancy after having recently delivered and whose body needed time to recover before facing another pregnancy, patients recommended cotton root tea consumed daily, starting immediately and continuing indefinitely. Recommended combining the tea with careful attention to her fertility cycle to avoid sexual activity during the days when conception was most likely. Though she acknowledged that enslaved women often lacked the power to refuse sexual activity when their partners or when white men wanted access to their bodies. For Rebecca, who was already pregnant and wanted to prevent future pregnancies after delivering this child, patients recommended the same approach of daily cotton root tea starting after delivery and maintained consistently to prevent the next conception. But for Susan, who was asking about ending her current pregnancy, patients had to explain more dangerous knowledge about herbs that might induce miscarriage, knowledge that came with warnings about the substantial risks involved. The herbs that enslaved women believed could induce abortion if taken in sufficient doses included pennyroyal, tansy, black cohosh, and stronger preparations of cotton root than what was used for pregnancy prevention. Patients explained that these herbs were believed to work by causing the uterus to contract and expel the pregnancy, that they needed to be taken in larger doses than the preventive herbs, and often needed to be taken repeatedly over several days before miscarriage would occur if it occurred at all, that the doses required to induce miscarriage were sometimes strong enough to cause dangerous side effects, including severe cramping and heavy bleeding, and in some cases poisoning, that could kill the woman attempting abortion. She explained that the effectiveness of these herbal abortions was unpredictable, that some women who took them miscarried successfully, while other women remained pregnant despite the herbs, and then faced increased risk of birth defects or complications, because of whatever effects the herbs had on the developing fetus, that attempting abortion with herbs was genuinely dangerous, but that some women chose to attempt it anyway, when continuing pregnancy seemed worse than the risks of abortion. Susan listened to this explanation and understood that attempting to end her 6-week pregnancy using herbs carried substantial risk, that she might miscarry successfully, or she might fail to miscarry and continue the pregnancy while having exposed the fetus to substances that might cause harm, that she might experience severe side effects from the herbs themselves, that if complications occurred, she would have no access to medical care, because seeking help from a doctor would reveal that she had attempted abortion, which would result in severe punishment. But Susan also understood that continuing this pregnancy meant delivering another child who would be enslaved, meant going through another 9 months of pregnancy and delivery and recovery while working full-time in the fields, meant eventually watching this child be sold away from her the way her first 2 children might be sold, meant accepting that her body existed primarily to produce enslaved children for her slaveholders' profit. The calculation Susan faced was impossible, required choosing between terrible risks and terrible certainties, required deciding whether attempting abortion with uncertain outcomes was better or worse than accepting forced motherhood. The resistance that enslaved women practiced through attempting to control their reproduction represented one form of agency within circumstances designed to eliminate agency, represented assertions of bodily autonomy in a system that denied enslaved women had any right to bodily autonomy, represented desperate attempts to preserve some measure of control over their own lives in conditions where almost everything else was controlled by slaveholders. But resistance took many other forms beyond contraception and abortion, included strategies for survival and for maintaining humanity that didn't directly challenge slavery, but that created spaces within slavery where enslaved women could exercise some degree of choice and could protect themselves and each other from the worst aspects of forced motherhood. One form of resistance involved the protective communities that enslaved women formed among themselves, communities where women shared knowledge and resources and emotional support, where older women mentored younger women about how to survive pregnancy and childbirth and motherhood under slavery, where women covered for each other when someone was sick or exhausted, where collective knowledge about childcare in medicine and food preparation was preserved and transmitted across generations. These communities existed partially in the open through the daily interactions of enslaved women who worked together and lived in proximity, but also existed in secret through the quiet conversations that occurred away from white supervision, through the knowledge that was shared only among trusted women, through the mutual aid that couldn't be officially acknowledged because it might be interpreted as resistance to slavery's attempt to isolate enslaved people and prevent them from forming bonds that might strengthen collective resistance. The role that enslaved midwives played in these protective communities was particularly significant because midwives like Aunt Betsy on Hannah's plantation and like patients in South Carolina possessed knowledge that gave them unusual influence and created opportunities for quiet resistance. Midwives attended virtually every birth among enslaved women, were present during moments of vulnerability when women needed help and needed someone they could trust, were repositories of medical knowledge that had been passed down through generations, and that included not just knowledge about delivering babies, but also knowledge about preventing pregnancy and ending pregnancy and treating reproductive health problems. The dual nature of midwives' knowledge, that they knew both how to facilitate pregnancy and birth and how to prevent pregnancy and induce miscarriage, made them powerful figures within enslaved communities and made them targets for slaveholder suspicion. Because slaveholders understood that midwives possessed dangerous knowledge that could reduce birth rates if used to help women avoid pregnancy rather than to help women deliver healthy children. Some midwives, like patients, actively shared contraceptive and abortifacient knowledge with women who sought it, viewed this sharing as part of their role in protecting enslaved women's well-being, even though doing so risked severe punishment if discovered. Other midwives were more cautious, limited their practice to legitimate medical care, and avoided anything that might be interpreted as helping women prevent pregnancy, either because they feared punishment or because they had been threatened by slaveholders who warned them not to share certain types of knowledge, or because they genuinely believed that preventing pregnancy was wrong. The variation in how individual midwives navigated these choices reflected the impossible positions that slavery created, where survival sometimes required collaboration with systems that caused harm, and where resistance sometimes meant risking everything for principles that might not ultimately change conditions significantly. Another form of resistance involved running away, and while most accounts of enslaved people fleeing to freedom focused on men escaping alone or on families escaping together, there were cases of pregnant women attempting escape specifically because pregnancy created urgency about fleeing before delivering a child who would be born enslaved. A documented case from 1854 involved an enslaved woman named Lucy who was pregnant with her third child and who lived on a plantation in northern Virginia, close enough to the Mason-Dixon line that escape to Pennsylvania seemed potentially achievable. Lucy ran away when she was approximately 7 months pregnant, traveled at night, and hid during the day, covered approximately 40 miles over 5 nights before reaching the Pennsylvania border, where she was assisted by people involved in the Underground Railroad, who helped her reach a safe house in Philadelphia. Lucy delivered her child 3 weeks after reaching Pennsylvania, delivered a daughter who was born free because she was born in a free state, to a mother who had successfully escaped, accomplished what thousands of other pregnant enslaved women dreamed of, but couldn't achieve, because escape while pregnant was extraordinarily difficult and dangerous. Most pregnant women who attempted escape were recaptured before reaching free territory, faced punishment that was calibrated to be severe enough to deter future escape attempts, but not so severe as to endanger the pregnancy that represented valuable property for the slaveholder. A pregnant woman caught attempting escape might be whipped less severely than a non-pregnant woman would be whipped for the same offense, might be placed in restraints that limited her movement, but didn't require positions that would compress her abdomen and risk miscarriage, might be assigned to closer supervision, but not to punishments that would directly threaten the developing fetus. The calculation slaveholders made was transparent. Punishment should be sufficient to break the woman's spirit and deter future resistance while preserving the economic value of the child she was carrying, should assert control over her body while protecting the property growing inside that body. The pregnant women who survived, recapture, and punishment understood this calculation, understood that even their punishment was shaped by their value as reproductive property, understood that their pregnancies simultaneously made them more vulnerable to sexual violence and exploitation, and gave them minimal protection against the most extreme forms of punishment. Spiritual resistance represented another dimension of how enslaved women maintained agency and humanity in circumstances designed to destroy both. The religious communities that enslaved people formed, often meeting secretly, because slaveholders restricted religious gatherings that weren't supervised by white ministers, provided spaces where enslaved women could express grief and anger and hope, where the suffering of forced motherhood could be acknowledged and mourned, where biblical stories about deliverance and justice offered alternative narratives to the dehumanization that slavery imposed daily. The spirituals that enslaved people created and sang included songs about mothers and children, songs about sorrow and separation, songs that expressed the particular pain of enslaved motherhood, while also asserting that enslaved women's suffering was seen by God, even if it was ignored by the society that enslaved them. Sometimes I feel like a motherless child, one of the most enduring spirituals from the slavery era, captured the grief of separation that characterized enslaved people's family experiences, gave voice to the reality that slavery created countless people who had been torn from their mothers or whose mothers had been torn from them, provided communal acknowledgement of loss that slavery's official narrative denied had occurred. Some enslaved women became leaders within their communities, specifically because of their strength in surviving forced motherhood, became women whom others turned to for guidance and support, became repositories of wisdom about how to endure what seemed unendurable. These women weren't leaders in the formal sense because slavery didn't allow enslaved people to hold official leadership positions, but they were leaders in the sense that mattered within enslaved communities, were women whose survival and dignity and continued resistance despite everything slavery did to break them, inspired other women and provided models for how to maintain humanity under dehumanizing conditions. Patience in South Carolina, sharing dangerous knowledge about contraception with younger women, was one such leader. Aunt Betsy in Mississippi, attending hundreds of births over decades while maintaining her own humanity and helping other women maintain theirs, was another such leader. Countless other women whose names weren't recorded in history, but who survived forced motherhood and who helped other women survive it, were leaders whose influence shaped their communities and whose resistance, quiet and often invisible to slaveholders, was no less real for being undocumented. The agency that enslaved women exercised within impossibility was limited agency, was agency that operated within constraints so severe that it might seem barely worth calling agency at all, was agency that often involved choosing between terrible options rather than choosing freely among good options, was agency that couldn't prevent forced motherhood, but that could sometimes mitigate its worst effects or could preserve some measure of human dignity despite the system's attempts to eliminate dignity entirely. Choosing to use herbs to prevent pregnancy was agency, even though the herbs might not work, and attempting to use them might result in punishment. Choosing to share knowledge about contraception with other women was agency, even though doing so was dangerous. Choosing to form protective communities was agency, even though those communities couldn't actually protect members from slavery's violence. Choosing to run away while pregnant was agency, even though most escape attempts failed. Choosing to maintain spiritual lives and to find meaning in religion was agency, even though spirituality couldn't change material conditions. Choosing to keep loving children despite knowing they might be sold away was agency, even though that love guaranteed future heartbreak. And the women who exercised these forms of limited agency, who resisted in small ways because large-scale resistance was impossible, who maintained their humanity through acts that slaveholders probably never noticed or never understood as resistance, were women who refused to accept that slavery could completely control them, even while understanding that slavery did control almost everything about their lives. They were women like Patience, meeting secretly to share dangerous knowledge, like Lucy escaping while 7 months pregnant, like the midwives who attended births while also helping some women avoid pregnancy, like the mothers who loved their children fiercely, despite knowing those children were property that could be taken from them, like the women who sang spirituals about motherless children and kept singing, despite the grief those songs expressed, like every enslaved woman who survived forced motherhood and who found ways to resist even when resistance seemed impossible, and who maintained their humanity even when the system seemed designed to eliminate that humanity entirely. Richmond, Virginia. It was Monday morning, January 14th, 1856, approximately 10:15 a.m., when a slaveholder named Edmund Ruffin sat at his desk in his Richmond office reviewing the annual financial records for his tobacco plantation located in Prince George County, approximately 30 miles south of the city, reviewing ledgers that documented every aspect of the plantation's economic performance during 1855, including crop yields and market prices and equipment costs, and, most importantly for Ruffin's long-term financial planning, the increase in his enslaved population through births that had occurred during the year. The ledger open in front of Ruffin showed that 11 enslaved children had been born on his plantation in 1855, that 9 of these children had survived past their first month and appeared likely to survive infancy, that these 9 surviving children represented approximately $7,000 in added value to Ruffin's property holdings, based on conservative estimates of what enslaved children would be worth when they reached ages suitable for sale, and that this natural increase through reproduction had generated more profit for Ruffin than the tobacco his plantation had produced during the same year after accounting for all the costs of cultivation and harvest and transportation to market. Ruffin was not unusual among Virginia slaveholders in paying close attention to the economic value generated through enslaved women's reproduction, was not unusual in calculating that natural increase through births could be more profitable than agricultural production, was not unusual in treating enslaved women's reproductive capacity as an investment that generated returns through the children those women produced. By the 1850s, after the international slave trade had been banned for nearly half a century, and after the cotton boom in the Deep South had created insatiable demand for enslaved labor that exceeded the natural population growth, even with slaveholders actively encouraging reproduction, the domestic slave trade had become one of the most profitable economic activities in the United States, and the breeding of enslaved people in the Upper South specifically for sale to the Lower South had become a systematic economic enterprise that shaped how slaveholders in states like Virginia and Maryland and Kentucky managed their enslaved populations, and that created financial incentives for maximizing birth rates among enslaved women. The economic calculation that Ruffin and thousands of other Upper South slaveholders performed was straightforward in its brutal logic. An enslaved woman purchased at age 18 for approximately $900, who remained healthy enough to bear children for the next 15 to 20 years, and who delivered a child every 2 to 3 years, could potentially produce 6 to 8 children during her prime childbearing years. If those children survived to age 10, when they could be sold for approximately $800 to $1,000 each, depending on gender and health and market conditions, the total revenue from selling those children would be $6,000 to $8,000, far exceeding the original purchase price of their mother and representing pure profit after accounting for the costs of maintaining the mother during her childbearing years and maintaining the children until they reached sellable age. The return on investment from purchasing young enslaved women and using them primarily as breeding stock exceeded the return on investment from almost any other use of capital available to slaveholders in the 1850s, exceeded returns from agricultural production in most circumstances, rivaled returns from industrial investments, and was secured by the fact that enslaved people were property whose value could be calculated and whose reproduction could be controlled through management practices that ensured pregnancy occurred regularly. The plantation records that documented this economic system revealed how explicitly slaveholders calculated the value of reproduction and how systematically they managed enslaved women's bodies as reproductive assets. A typical entry in Ruffin's ledger for an enslaved woman named Charlotte showed Charlotte, age 24, field hand, delivered fourth child, March 1855, female infant named Sarah, mother and child both healthy, estimated value of child at age 10 approximately $850, assuming market conditions remain stable. Total increase from Charlotte's 4 children born 1849 to 1855, estimated at $3,400, representing excellent return on original purchase price of $750, paid in 1847. The entry calculated Charlotte's reproductive output with the same precision that would be applied to calculating crop yields, treated the children she had delivered as agricultural products that generated measurable economic value, estimated future returns based on projections of when children could be sold and what prices they would command, and explicitly noted that Charlotte's reproductive productivity had exceeded her purchase price and had generated substantial profit for Ruffin. Another entry in Ruffin's records documented an enslaved woman named Mary, who had been less productive reproductively. Mary, age 32, field hand, delivered 3 children 1846 to 1852. 2 children died in infancy. 1 surviving male child, age 8, estimated value $700. Total increase from Mary below expectations given her age and years in prime. Childbearing period, consider whether Mary's continued reproductive potential justifies maintaining her on breeding program, or whether she should be assigned exclusively to field work. The entry treated Mary's failure to produce more surviving children as an economic disappointment, calculated that her reproductive output had not met the returns that Ruffin expected from enslaved women of childbearing age, and suggested that Mary might be reassigned from reproductive purposes to pure labor if her breeding performance didn't improve, revealing how enslaved women who didn't produce enough children could be classified as failed investments and could lose whatever minimal benefits might come from being valued for reproductive capacity rather than being worked to death in fields. The domestic slave trade that emerged after 1808, when the international importation of enslaved Africans was banned, created a massive economic system that relied entirely on the reproduction of enslaved people within the United States to maintain and expand the enslaved population. The scale of this trade was enormous, with historians estimating that approximately 1 million enslaved people were forcibly moved from the Upper South to the Lower South between 1810 and 1860, primarily through sales to slave traders who purchased enslaved people in states like Virginia and Maryland, and transported them to states like Alabama and Mississippi and Louisiana, where cotton cultivation created constant demand for additional labor. This internal forced migration, sometimes called the Second Middle Passage, because of its devastating impact on enslaved families and communities, was fundamentally dependent on enslaved women in the Upper South producing children who could be sold south once they reached working age. The economic relationship between the Upper South and Lower South, created by this domestic trade, transformed states like Virginia and Maryland into what were explicitly recognized as breeding grounds, where the primary economic value of enslaved people came not from their labor, but from their reproductive capacity. A Virginia slaveholder in the 1850s could earn more profit by maintaining enslaved women, specifically for reproduction and selling their children to traders, than by using those same enslaved women as agricultural laborers, could treat reproduction as a cash crop that required less land and less equipment than tobacco or wheat cultivation, could build entire economic strategies around maximizing birth rates and selling children at ages when they commanded the best prices. The newspaper advertisements for slave sales in Virginia, newspapers during the 1850s, frequently mentioned increase as a primary selling point, with advertisements noting that enslaved women being offered for sale had produced multiple children or were of prime breeding age, treating reproductive capacity as explicitly as they would treat skill at carpentry or experience with tobacco cultivation. A typical advertisement from a Richmond newspaper in 1854 read, "For sale, Negro woman, age 22, healthy and strong, experienced field hand, has produced 2 children, both living and healthy, of prime breeding age, excellent investment for gentlemen, seeking to increase stock through natural reproduction, price $950. The advertisement made no attempt to disguise that the woman was being sold primarily for her reproductive capacity, used language like increased stock and breeding age that explicitly compared enslaved people to livestock, calculated her price based partly on her past reproductive performance and partly on expectations of future pregnancies, and targeted the advertisement to buyers who understood that purchasing young enslaved women for reproduction was a profitable investment strategy. Another advertisement from 1856 was even more direct. For sale, group of breeding wenches, ages 18 to 26, all proven fertile with multiple living children, sold individually or as group, suitable for gentlemen establishing breeding operations, prices negotiable based on quantity purchased. The letters between slave traders conducting business in the domestic trade documented the economic calculations that drove the separation of children from their mothers and the transport of those children to the Deep South. A letter from a Virginia trader named Benjamin Davis to an Alabama planter named William Crawford, dated September 1853, explained, "I have acquired 6 Negro children, ages 8 to 12, suitable for raising to your plantation work, all healthy and strong, purchased from various estates in Virginia, where they were separated from their mothers, who were retained by the selling parties for continued breeding purposes. The children are priced as follows: the 2 boys age 12 at $750 each, the 3 boys age 10 at $650 each, the girl age 8 at $600. Total price for all 6 children, $4,350, representing excellent value for strong young stock that will provide decades of productive labor once properly trained." The letter treated the children as merchandise whose value could be calculated based on age and gender and projected future labor, noted their separation from their mothers as a simple business fact requiring no additional comment, priced them according to market rates that reflected supply and demand in the domestic slave trade, and presented their purchase as an investment opportunity for Crawford, who could buy young enslaved people relatively cheaply and work them for years before they reached their peak value. The response letter from Crawford to Davis revealed the buyer's perspective on these economic calculations. "I am interested in the children you describe, particularly the older boys who will be ready for field work within a year or 2 of purchase. However, your prices are approximately $50 per head, higher than I can purchase similar stock from traders operating out of Maryland. I am willing to offer $4,000 for all 6 children, representing approximately $665 average per child, which I believe is fair value given current market conditions and given that I am purchasing quantity. If you accept this price, arrange transport to Montgomery, where I will take delivery and make payment upon inspection of the merchandise." Crawford's letter negotiated price the way someone would negotiate the price of any commodity, compared Davis's prices to other traders' prices to leverage a discount, calculated average price per child to justify his counteroffer, and treated the children being purchased as stock and merchandise whose value was determined purely by market forces rather than by any recognition of their humanity. The economic data that historians have compiled from plantation records and slave traders' accounts and census records and estate inventories revealed the massive scale of wealth generation that occurred through forced reproduction during the final decades of slavery. The total value of enslaved people in the United States in 1860, just before the Civil War began, was estimated at approximately $3 billion, making enslaved people collectively the single most valuable asset category in the entire American economy, worth more than all the nation's railroads and factories combined, worth more than all the agricultural land in the South. A substantial portion of this $3 billion valuation derived from enslaved children who had been born through forced reproduction during the previous decades, children who represented wealth that had been extracted from enslaved women's bodies through systematic control of their reproductive capacity, children whose value existed only because slavery treated human beings as property that could be bought and sold, and whose reproduction generated additional property for slaveholders. The calculations that individual slaveholders made about the profitability of forced reproduction appeared in correspondence and financial records throughout the slaveholding South. A letter from a South Carolina planter named Robert Alston to his son, written in 1858, explained his financial strategy. The most valuable increase to my property over the past decade has come not from rice cultivation, which has been profitable but not exceptionally so, but from the natural increase of my Negro population through births. I began the decade with 87 enslaved people, and now hold 124, an increase of 37 souls, all born on my property. The 37 children represent approximately $26,000 in added value, averaging $700 per child at conservative estimates of their worth. This increase required no capital investment beyond the costs of maintaining their mothers during pregnancy and early childhood, costs that are minimal compared to the value generated. I recommend you adopt similar practices on your own properties, ensuring your women of breeding age are properly managed to maximize their reproductive output. The coldness with which Alston described this process, referring to children as increase and souls in ways that reduce them to economic units, calculating their aggregate value with precision, while showing no awareness of the human cost of the system he was describing, reflected how completely the economic logic of slavery had normalized the treatment of enslaved children as wealth generators rather than as human beings. The phrase properly managed to maximize reproductive output summarized decades of systematic control over enslaved women's bodies, summarized all the forced pregnancies and dangerous deliveries and separations from children that had occurred to generate the $26,000 in added value that Alston was so pleased to report to his son. The investment advice that appeared in Southern agricultural journals during the 1850s sometimes explicitly recommended that planters focus on reproduction as a profit-maximizing strategy. An article in the Southern Cultivator from 1855 titled "On the Management of Negroes" advised readers, "The owner who purchases young Negro women of breeding age and maintains them primarily for reproductive purposes, selling their children at ages 8 to 12 when prices are favorable, will realize returns substantially exceeding what can be achieved through working those same women in fields. A woman who produces 8 children over 20 years of breeding generates approximately $6,000 to $8,000 in value through those children, while her labor in fields over the same period might generate $3,000 to $4,000 after accounting for maintenance costs. The prudent planter will therefore prioritize reproduction over labor for his young female stock, will ensure breeding occurs regularly through appropriate management of living arrangements and partnerships, and will maintain detailed records of each woman's reproductive performance to identify the most productive breeders and to adjust management practices for women whose output is below expectations." The article was advice literature directed at slaveholders who wanted to maximize profits, was written in the same practical problem-solving tone that would be used for advice about crop rotation or equipment maintenance, treated enslaved women's bodies as production equipment whose output could be optimized through proper management techniques, and revealed how thoroughly the logic of reproduction as profit had been integrated into mainstream slaveholding economic thinking by the 1850s. The fact that such advice appeared openly in respectable agricultural journals, that it was published under the author's name without shame or hesitation, that it was presumably read and applied by planters throughout the South, demonstrated that forced reproduction was not a hidden or scandalous practice, but was an accepted and openly discussed aspect of how slavery functioned economically. The estate inventories that were created when slaveholders died and their property was assessed for distribution to heirs or for sale to settle debts documented the wealth that existed in the form of enslaved people and documented how much of that wealth consisted of children who had been born through forced reproduction. An inventory from a Georgia estate in 1857 listed 243 enslaved people with a total appraised value of $182,750 and noted that 89 of those enslaved people were children under age 15 who had been born on the estate during the deceased slaveholder's lifetime, children who represented approximately $62,000 of the total estate value, children whose existence and whose value derived entirely from the reproductive capacity of the enslaved women their deceased owner had controlled. The inventory treated these children as assets comparable to land and livestock and equipment, distributed them to heirs as property that could be claimed and owned and sold, calculated their value with precision, while never acknowledging them as human beings whose families were being destroyed through this distribution of property. The banking and insurance industries that developed in the South during the antebellum period relied heavily on the value represented by enslaved people, and specifically on the value represented by enslaved children who would be born in the future. Banks accepted enslaved people as collateral for loans, calculated loan values based on the number and ages of enslaved people being used as security, and sometimes included provisions that credited slaveholders with additional loan capacity based on expected future births among their enslaved women. Insurance companies offered policies that insured slaveholders against the death of enslaved people, charged premiums based on actuarial calculations about enslaved people's life expectancies, and paid claims when enslaved people died, just as they would pay claims for any other insured property. The entire financial infrastructure of the slaveholding South was built around the premise that enslaved people were valuable property whose future reproductive capacity could be calculated and monetized and used as the basis for sophisticated financial instruments. And Edmund Ruffin, sitting in his Richmond office, reviewing ledgers that calculated the value generated by 11 births on his plantation during 1855, represented thousands of slaveholders throughout the Upper South who had built their economic strategies around extracting wealth from enslaved women's reproductive capacity, who maintained detailed records of births and deaths and sales the way modern corporations maintain records of inventory and assets, who calculated returns on investment in human reproduction with the same cold precision they applied to calculating returns from tobacco or wheat or cotton, who viewed the 9 surviving children born on Ruffin's plantation not as 9 new human beings who deserved protection and care, but as $7,000 in added value that represented excellent returns on the minimal investment required to maintain their mothers during pregnancy and early childhood. The system that Ruffin participated in and profited from was an economic engine that ran on forced motherhood, that extracted wealth from enslaved women's bodies through systematic control of their reproduction, that treated children as inventory generated through breeding operations, that created massive financial incentives for slaveholders to maximize birth rates among enslaved women regardless of the human cost of those forced pregnancies and forced births and forced separations that characterized the lives of women like Charlotte and Mary, whose names appeared in Ruffin's ledgers as line items documenting their reproductive productivity, rather than as people who had endured everything that forced motherhood under slavery entailed. Little Rock, Arkansas. It was Thursday afternoon, July 9th, 1936, approximately 2:30 p.m., when a formerly enslaved woman named Sylvia Witherspoon, age 88, sat on the porch of her small house on the east side of Little Rock, speaking with a young white woman named Bernice Bowden, who worked for the Federal Writers Project, a New Deal program that employed writers to interview formerly enslaved people and document their testimony about life under slavery before the last generation of people who had experienced slavery firsthand died and took their memories with them. Sylvia had been enslaved in Mississippi until she was 17 years old when the Civil War ended and emancipation came, had lived the past 71 years of her life as a free woman in Arkansas, where she had raised a family and worked as a domestic servant, and survived into her late 80s, carrying memories of slavery that she had rarely discussed with anyone, because the memories were painful, and because for decades after emancipation, it had been dangerous for black people to speak openly about slavery's brutality in the presence of white people who preferred to believe in the lost cause mythology that portrayed slavery as benevolent and enslaved people as content with their condition. But in 1936, with a young white woman sitting across from her asking questions and writing down her answers, with the explicit purpose of documenting what slavery had actually been like for the people who had lived through it, Sylvia decided to speak about experiences she had kept largely private for 7 decades. She spoke slowly, choosing her words carefully, pausing frequently to collect her thoughts, or to decide whether to continue with a particular memory, or to move to something less painful, speaking in the dialect and rhythms of her generation and her region, speaking with a voice that had survived slavery and had survived 71 years of life after slavery, and that now, near the end of her life, was willing to testify about what forced motherhood under slavery had meant for the women who endured it. My mama had 13 children, Sylvia told Bernice Bowden that afternoon, and I was the seventh one born. She worked in the fields right up until the day before each one of us was born. Worked picking cotton and chopping cotton and doing whatever master told her to do. And she went back to the fields within a week of each birth, no matter how she was feeling. No matter if she was still bleeding or still in pain. Because master didn't allow no long resting after childbirth. He said Negro women been having babies and working since the beginning of time, and didn't need no special treatment for doing what was natural. But what was natural about it when Mama didn't choose to have 13 children, when she had them because she lived in a cabin with my papa, and because master wanted her to keep having babies that he could keep or sell depending on what suited his profit. Sylvia paused after saying this, looked at Bernice Bowden to gauge whether this white woman was shocked or offended by what she was hearing, whether Sylvia should continue speaking this plainly or should soften her testimony to make it more acceptable to white ears. Bowden encouraged her to continue, assured her that she wanted to hear the truth about slavery, rather than sanitized versions. And Sylvia continued speaking, describing her mother's experience with a combination of directness and careful language that revealed both the horror of what she was describing and the protection that even 70 years later still seemed necessary when speaking about slavery to white people. My mama lost 4 of her babies before they reached their first year, Sylvia continued, her voice quieter now. And I remember her crying over each one. Crying where master couldn't see her, because he didn't like to see crying, that suggested his Negroes was unhappy. But crying in the cabin at night when she held the babies that died, and knew they was gone, and knew she'd have to bury them, and go back to work, like nothing had happened. 3 of her children got sold away from her when they was old enough that master decided selling them was more profitable than keeping them. And I remember the day they took my brother Thomas. He was 10 years old, and I was 7. And Mama held on to him and begged master not to sell him, and master had the overseer pull Mama away and whip her for making a scene that upset Thomas and made him cry when master wanted him to go quiet with the trader. Mama never saw Thomas again after that day. Never knew where he was sold to, or what happened to him, or if he survived to freedom. The testimony that Sylvia provided that afternoon in 1936 was one of more than 2,000 interviews that were conducted with formerly enslaved people during the 1930s as part of the Federal Writers Project, interviews that collectively represented the largest and most comprehensive documentation of slavery from the perspective of people who had actually been enslaved. Testimony that revealed patterns and details about slavery that hadn't been preserved in slaveholders' records or in historical accounts written by white observers. The interviews documented what forced motherhood had meant from the perspective of the women who had experienced it, and from the perspective of the children who had watched their mothers endure it, provided first-hand accounts of pregnancy and childbirth and separation under slavery in the words of people who had lived through these experiences, rather than in the sanitized language that white historians had typically used when discussing slavery's impact on families. A woman named Fannie Moore, interviewed in North Carolina in 1937 when she was 88 years old, described her mother's experience with particular vividness. My mammy, she work in the field every day from sun to sun. She had 15 children, and she birthed every one of them in that cabin with nobody but the other slave women to help her. And she never had no doctor, never had no medicine, except what the old women knowed about, from herbs and roots they used back in Africa, before they was brought here. Mammy had 3 children die when they was babies, and she had 4 children sold away when they was big enough to bring good prices. The white folks, they didn't care nothing about slave families staying together. They'd sell a child soon, as look at it, if the price was right. My mammy, she cried, and cried when they sold my older sister Susan. But crying didn't change nothing. Susan got sold to a trader, and we never heard from her again. What emerged from these interviews was testimony about the systematic nature of forced motherhood, about how common it was for enslaved women to bear large numbers of children, about how frequently those children died in infancy or were sold away, about how little control enslaved mothers had over any aspect of their reproductive lives. Woman after woman interviewed in the 1930s described mothers who had delivered 10 or 12 or 15 children, described the constant cycle of pregnancy and birth and brief recovery before the next pregnancy began. Described the separations that tore families apart when children were sold. Described all of this in matter-of-fact tones that suggested these experiences had been so common under slavery that they seemed like normal aspects of enslaved life, rather than like extraordinary traumas that should have been rare and shocking. A woman named Louisa Adams, interviewed in North Carolina in 1937 when she was 90 years old, spoke about her own experience of forced motherhood with a directness that many formerly enslaved women were reluctant to use when speaking to white interviewers. I had my first baby when I was 14 years old, and I didn't even rightly understand how babies was made or what was happening to me when I got pregnant. The master's son, he'd done it to me, and I was scared to tell anybody because I thought I'd be whipped for getting pregnant. I had that baby alone in my cabin with just one old woman to help me, and I thought I was going to die from the pain. After that first baby, I had 8 more children before freedom came, and 3 of them was the master's children too, because he kept on using me whether I wanted it or not. Nobody asked me if I wanted to have babies. Nobody cared if I was ready to be a mother at 14. They just used my body for what they wanted, and I had to endure it because I was property, and property don't have no say in how it's used. Louisa's testimony was unusual in its explicitness about sexual violence, was more direct than most formerly enslaved women were willing to be when describing rape to white interviewers, but her account of having her first child at 14 and of bearing 9 children total between ages 14 and approximately 23 matched patterns that appeared across dozens of other interviews, where women described early pregnancies and frequent births and sexual violence that they discussed more obliquely, but that was clearly present in their experiences. The testimony revealed that sexual violence against enslaved women was not exceptional, but was widespread, that many enslaved women bore children fathered by white men who raped them, that pregnancy often began during early teenage years when girls' bodies were not fully developed, and when the risks of childbirth were heightened. A formerly enslaved woman named Martha Washington, interviewed in Texas in 1937 when she was 83 years old, described a specific incident that revealed both the casual brutality of forced motherhood and the ways that enslaved women tried to protect each other. There was a woman on our plantation named Jane who had 6 babies, and she was pregnant again, and she was just wore out from all them pregnancies and all that field work. She told some of us women that she couldn't survive another baby, that her body just couldn't take it no more. We tried to help her, tried to give her herbs that might ease her suffering, or might help her not have that baby, but Master found out somehow that Jane was trying to do something about the pregnancy, and he had her whipped. Terrible, and he made all of us watch, so we'd know what happened to women who tried to get rid of babies that belonged to Master. Jane had that baby a month early from all that whipping, and the baby died, and Jane nearly died too. Master was angry about losing the baby, because that was money lost to him. Martha's testimony documented not just the forced pregnancy, but also the attempted resistance through herbal abortion, the discovery and punishment of that resistance, the fact that the punishment itself caused the pregnancy loss that the enslaved woman had been attempting, and the slaveholder's anger about losing property value rather than any concern for the woman who had nearly died. The testimony revealed the impossible position that enslaved women occupied, where attempting to control their own reproduction was treated as property destruction, punishable by violence, where the violence used as punishment often caused exactly the pregnancy loss that slaveholders claimed to be preventing, where enslaved women's survival mattered less than preserving the economic value represented by forced pregnancies. The regional variations in enslaved women's experiences emerged through comparing testimony from different parts of the South. Women who had been enslaved on large cotton plantations in Mississippi and Alabama and Louisiana generally described more brutal working conditions during pregnancy than women who had been enslaved on smaller farms in Virginia or North Carolina, though all described being required to work through most of their pregnancies and to return to work shortly after delivery. Women who had been enslaved in cities like Charleston or New Orleans described different patterns where domestic work during pregnancy was sometimes less physically demanding than field labor, but where sexual vulnerability to slaveholders and their family members was often higher because of the closer daily contact between enslaved women and white men in urban household settings. A woman named Ellen Betts, interviewed in Louisiana in 1937 when she was 87 years old, described plantation management practices that explicitly treated enslaved women as breeding stock. On the plantation where I was raised, Master had what he called his breeding women. These was young women he picked out special because they was strong and healthy, and he wanted them to have babies more than he wanted them to work in fields. These women lived in separate cabins, and they was assigned to men Master picked out, and they was expected to get pregnant and stay pregnant as much as possible. Master gave them extra rations and didn't work them quite as hard as the other women, but that wasn't kindness. That was just Master taking care of his investment. He wanted them women to produce as many babies as possible, so he could sell the babies when they got big enough. It was breeding just like you'd breed cattle or horses, and Master talked about it just that plain. Ellen's testimony documented the existence of systematic breeding programs that historians had debated for decades, with some scholars arguing that systematic breeding didn't occur on most plantations, while others argued it was common. Ellen's first-hand account, along with similar testimony from other formerly enslaved people, confirmed that at least some slaveholders did operate explicit breeding programs where women were selected specifically for reproductive purposes, and where their treatment was calculated to maximize reproduction. Her testimony also documented the language that slaveholders used, comparing human reproduction to animal breeding, without apparent awareness that such comparisons were dehumanizing, revealing how completely the economic logic of slavery had normalized treating enslaved people as livestock. The testimony about childbirth itself revealed the dangerous conditions under which enslaved women delivered their babies and the minimal medical care available to them. A woman named Josephine Howard, interviewed in Mississippi in 1937 when she was 91 years old, described her own deliveries with vivid detail. "I had 12 children while I was in slavery, and I birthed every single one of them in my cabin with just the granny woman to help me, and sometimes not even that if the granny was busy with another birth. Nobody came to see if I needed a doctor. Nobody cared if I was in terrible pain or if something was going wrong. I just had to endure it and hope I'd survive and hope the baby would be born alive. 3 of my babies died during birth or right after, and I always wondered if they'd have lived if I'd had proper medical care like white women got, but slave women didn't get no doctors unless we was dying. And even then, sometimes Master decided it wasn't worth the expense." Josephine's testimony about delivering 12 children without medical care, about 3 infant deaths that might have been preventable, about being expected to survive childbirth through endurance rather than through medical intervention, matched patterns across dozens of interviews where formerly enslaved women described similar experiences. The testimony revealed that childbirth for enslaved women was genuinely dangerous, that many babies died during or shortly after birth, that many mothers suffered permanent physical damage from deliveries without proper care, that the high infant mortality rates among enslaved children reflected not just poor nutrition and sanitary conditions, but also inadequate care during the birth process itself. Several formerly enslaved women spoke about the specific trauma of having their children sold away from them, describing in detail the moment when separation occurred and the lasting grief that followed. A woman named Clara Walker, interviewed in Arkansas in 1937 when she was 84 years old, remembered the day her son was sold with clarity that suggested the trauma had never faded. "I had a son named Henry who was 8 years old when Master sold him to a trader who was taking children down to Louisiana. I held on to Henry and I begged Master, please, don't sell my baby. Please let me keep him. And Master said, business is business, and he needed the money. They pulled Henry out of my arms and put him in the wagon with the other children being sold, and Henry was crying and reaching for me and calling for his mama, and I was crying and trying to get to him, but they held me back. That was 1859, and I never saw Henry again. After freedom came, I looked for him for years, wrote letters to people in Louisiana, asking if anybody knew about a man named Henry who'd been sold there as a child in 1859, but I never found him. That pain of having your child torn from you, that don't never go away." Clara's testimony captured the moment of separation with emotional intensity that made clear how traumatic these events were, how the pain of separation remained vivid more than 70 years later, how the search for sold children continued long after slavery ended, even when those searches were almost never successful. Her testimony also revealed the lasting grief that characterized enslaved mothers' experiences. Grief that couldn't be fully expressed during slavery, because showing too much emotion about separation was interpreted as resistance or insubordination. Grief that continued throughout these women's lives, because the loss was permanent, and because there was no closure or resolution to the disappearance of children who had been sold. What the WPA slave narratives collectively documented was that forced motherhood under slavery was not an experience that affected only a small number of women, or that occurred only in exceptional circumstances, but was a fundamental aspect of how slavery functioned that shaped the lives of virtually every enslaved woman of childbearing age. The testimony revealed the systematic nature of forced reproduction, the inadequate medical care during pregnancy and childbirth, the frequent deaths of infants and young children, the separations that destroyed families, the sexual violence that forced many pregnancies, the attempts at resistance through contraception or abortion, and the punishments that followed when resistance was discovered, the lasting trauma that carried forward into freedom and that shaped these women's entire lives. And Sylvia Witherspoon, sitting on her porch in Little Rock in 1936, speaking to Bernice Bowden about her mother's 13 children and 4 deaths and 3 sales and endless grief, represented thousands of formerly enslaved people who chose in their final years to testify about what slavery had actually been like, who chose to speak truth about experiences that white society had tried to erase or minimize, who preserved in their spoken testimony the reality of forced motherhood that had characterized their mothers' lives and their own lives, who ensured that future generations would have access to first-hand accounts of slavery's brutality, told in the voices of people who had survived it, rather than filtered through the sanitizing lens of historians who hadn't experienced slavery, and who often preferred comfortable myths to uncomfortable truths about what enslaved women had endured when their bodies were treated as reproductive property, and their children were treated as inventory that could be sold for profit. Montgomery, Alabama. It was Wednesday morning, June 13th, 1849, approximately 8:30 a.m., when an enslaved woman named Anarcha was brought to the Backyard Surgical Theater behind Dr. J. Marion Sims's office on Perry Street, where Sims had constructed a small building specifically for conducting experimental surgeries on enslaved women who suffered from vesicovaginal fistulas, painful injuries that occurred during difficult childbirths when prolonged labor caused tissue damage, creating holes between the vagina and bladder that resulted in constant leaking of urine, and that made the women who suffered from them miserable and socially isolated because of the smell and discomfort that accompanied this condition. Anarcha was approximately 21 years old, had developed a severe vesicovaginal fistula during the delivery of her first child 3 years earlier in 1846, when she had labored for 3 days before finally delivering a baby who died shortly after birth, had lived for the past 3 years with the constant pain and humiliation that came from being unable to control her bladder, and was being brought to Dr. Sims, not because her enslaver cared about her suffering, but because the fistula made her less valuable as property, and because her enslaver hoped that Sims might be able to repair the damage and restore Anarcha to full working capacity. Dr. J. Marion Sims was 36 years old in 1849, had been practicing medicine in Montgomery for approximately a decade, and had developed an interest in treating vesicovaginal fistulas after several enslaved women were brought to him by slaveholders who wanted their property repaired. Sims had realized that successfully treating fistulas could make his medical reputation and could establish him as an expert in a condition that many doctors considered untreatable, and he had obtained permission from several slaveholders to use their enslaved women as experimental subjects for developing and testing surgical techniques that might repair fistula damage. The agreement between Sims and the slaveholders who provided him with experimental subjects was straightforward. Sims would attempt to repair the fistulas at no cost to the slaveholders, would house and feed the women during the experimental period, and would keep any medical knowledge or reputation he gained from the experiments, while the slaveholders would potentially get their property restored to working condition if the experiment succeeded, or would at least lose nothing but the minimal value of women whose fistulas already made them damaged goods in the slave market. Anarcha was one of the first enslaved women that Sims obtained for his fistula experiments, and over the next 4 years, she would undergo 30 surgical operations as Sims developed and refined his techniques for repairing vesicovaginal fistulas through trial and error, using Anarcha's body as his laboratory. The surgeries were conducted without anesthesia because Sims believed, like many doctors of his era, that black people felt less pain than white people, a racist medical myth that justified conducting experimental surgeries on enslaved women without providing the pain relief that would have been given to white patients undergoing similar procedures. The surgical technique that Sims was developing required making incisions around the fistula to create fresh tissue edges that could be sutured together, required inserting a metal speculum into the vagina to provide visibility of the surgical site, required careful suturing with silver wire that Sims believed would be less likely to cause infection than the silk sutures commonly used at the time, and required the patient to remain still during the surgery, despite the excruciating pain that came from having genital tissue cut and manipulated without anesthesia. Anarcha endured her first surgery on that Wednesday morning in June 1849, while fully conscious, felt every incision that Sims made into tissue that was already damaged and painful, felt the metal speculum being inserted and adjusted to provide Sims with the visibility he needed, felt the silver wire being threaded through her flesh as Sims sutured the fistula closed, experienced approximately 45 minutes of surgical pain that would have been unbearable for anyone. But that was especially brutal, given that Anarcha had no choice but to endure it, because she was property being operated on for her owner's benefit, rather than a patient whose consent and comfort mattered. After the surgery, Sims examined his work, determined that the sutures appeared well placed, instructed the other enslaved women who were serving as nurses to care for Anarcha during her recovery, and waited to see whether this first attempt at fistula repair would heal successfully, or whether the sutures would fail and the fistula would remain open, requiring another surgical attempt. The sutures failed. Within 2 weeks, the tissue around them had become inflamed and infected. The silver wire had pulled through the damaged flesh, and the fistula reopened, leaving Anarcha in the same condition she had been before the surgery, but now with additional pain from the failed surgical intervention. Sims was disappointed by the failure, but viewed it as valuable information about what didn't work, about what modifications he would need to make in his surgical technique for the next attempt. He waited for Anarcha to heal enough from the first surgery to undergo a second attempt, then operated on her again several months later, using slightly different suturing techniques. And when that surgery also failed, he operated on her again, and again, and again, conducting surgery after surgery on Anarcha's body over the course of 4 years, learning from each failure and making incremental improvements to his technique, while Anarcha endured dozens of operations without anesthesia and without any guarantee that Sims would eventually succeed in repairing her fistula. 2 other enslaved women, Betsy and Lucy, were also subjected to Sims's experimental surgeries during this same period, underwent multiple operations as Sims used their bodies to develop and test his surgical techniques, endured the same pain and the same repeated failures before Sims finally achieved success. The historical record preserved Sims' detailed descriptions of his surgical experiments, including his notes about the procedures he performed and the modifications he made after each failure. But the record contained almost nothing about what Anarcha and Betsy and Lucy experienced during those 4 years beyond clinical observations about their physical condition before and after surgeries. Sims wrote about them as surgical cases rather than as human beings who were experiencing repeated trauma, described their fistulas and their anatomy and their responses to surgical interventions without acknowledging their suffering or their lack of choice about participating in experiments that caused them immense pain. By 1853, after 4 years of experimental surgeries and after 30 operations on Anarcha alone, Sims finally developed a technique that successfully repaired vesicovaginal fistulas consistently, finally achieved the breakthrough that allowed him to publish his findings in medical journals and establish his reputation as an innovative surgeon who had solved a previously untreatable condition. The successful technique became the standard approach for fistula repair and was taught to medical students and practiced by surgeons throughout America and Europe, brought Sims fame and professional recognition, that eventually led to him being celebrated as the father of gynecology, and having hospitals and medical institutions named in his honor, all built on knowledge that had been extracted from the bodies of enslaved women who had no choice about participating in the experiments and who received no credit or compensation for the suffering they endured during the development of techniques that would benefit countless other women in the future. The medical exploitation that Sims practiced on Anarcha and Betsy and Lucy represented a broader pattern of how enslaved people's bodies were used for medical education and medical experimentation throughout the antebellum South. Medical schools in southern states relied heavily on enslaved bodies for anatomical dissection and surgical practice, purchased bodies of enslaved people who had died, or in some cases purchased living enslaved people specifically to use for medical demonstrations and experimental procedures. The medical education that Southern doctors received often included hands-on practice on enslaved patients who couldn't refuse treatment and whose pain and suffering during training procedures was considered acceptable because they were property, rather than people whose well-being mattered independently of their economic value to their owners. A medical student at the Medical College of South Carolina in Charleston in the 1840s would have routinely observed and participated in surgeries performed on enslaved patients without anesthesia, would have practiced surgical techniques on enslaved bodies before being allowed to treat white patients, would have learned anatomy through dissecting enslaved people's bodies, would have been taught by professors who explicitly stated that enslaved people were ideal subjects for learning medicine because they were available for use, and because their pain during training procedures was less important than the education white doctors needed to provide quality care to white patients who actually mattered. The racist medical theories that justified this exploitation claimed that black people had fundamental biological differences from white people, including thicker skin that was less sensitive to pain, stronger constitutions that could endure procedures that would kill white patients, and anatomical differences that made them suitable subjects for studying certain conditions that white patients rarely developed. These racist medical myths served the practical purpose of justifying the use of enslaved people's bodies for medical advancement, while assuaging whatever moral concerns doctors might have felt about conducting painful procedures on people without anesthesia or consent. If doctors could convince themselves that enslaved people genuinely felt less pain than white people, then conducting experimental surgeries without anesthesia wasn't cruel, but was simply an efficient use of available resources. If enslaved people's bodies were believed to be fundamentally different from white bodies, then studying those bodies provided important comparative information that couldn't be obtained any other way. The circular logic was perfect. Enslaved people were available for exploitation because they were property, and being property was justified by racist theories about biological differences, and those biological differences were proven through medical observations made on enslaved people whose symptoms and responses to treatment were interpreted through the lens of beliefs that assumed difference rather than similarity. The development of gynecology and obstetrics as medical specialties during the 19th century relied heavily on enslaved women's bodies because pregnancy and childbirth conditions could be studied, and experimental treatments could be tested on enslaved women in ways that would have been impossible with white patients who had the social power to refuse unwanted procedures, and whose families would have objected to experimental treatments. Sims's work on vesico-vaginal fistulas was only the most famous example of how gynecology advanced through experimentation on enslaved women. Other doctors conducted experiments on pregnant enslaved women to study the effects of various drugs or treatments on pregnancy, performed experimental cesarean sections on enslaved women to perfect techniques before attempting the procedure on white women, used enslaved women to test obstetrical instruments, and to train medical students in vaginal examinations and delivery techniques, all justified by the claim that this experimental work benefited medical knowledge and ultimately would help all women, even though the immediate benefit came at the cost of enslaved women's pain and exploitation. The obstetrical forceps that became standard tools for assisting difficult deliveries were perfected partly through practice on enslaved women who had no choice but to submit to having the instruments used on them during labor, regardless of whether the doctor using them was experienced or was a student learning technique. The episiotomy procedure, surgical cutting of the perineum during childbirth to prevent tearing, was developed and refined through practice on enslaved women before being offered to white women as an optional intervention. The techniques for manually turning breech babies into proper position for delivery were taught to medical students through practice on pregnant enslaved women who were brought to teaching hospitals specifically to provide training opportunities. Every advance in obstetrical care that benefited women in the 19th and early 20th centuries was built at least partly on knowledge gained through procedures performed on enslaved women whose bodies were used as training material for developing medical expertise. The discussion of sterilization as a potential tool for controlling enslaved populations emerged occasionally in medical and agricultural literature during the final decades of slavery, though it was never implemented on a widespread scale because slaveholders' economic interests favored maximizing reproduction rather than preventing it. But the discussions that did occur revealed that some doctors and slaveholders were willing to consider forced sterilization for enslaved women who were deemed unfit to reproduce, women whose children were sickly or disabled, or who inherited conditions that slaveholders wanted to eliminate from their enslaved populations. These discussions about selective sterilization prefigured the eugenics movement that would emerge after slavery ended, and that would target black women and other marginalized groups for forced sterilization throughout the 20th century, represented early versions of the same logic that human reproduction could and should be controlled by those in power to serve social and economic goals defined by the powerful rather than by the people whose bodies were being controlled. The lasting legacy of medical exploitation during slavery continued long after emancipation through persistent medical racism that treated black patients as less deserving of quality care, less sensitive to pain, less worthy of the full range of treatment options that white patients received. The medical profession's failure to reckon with the exploitation that had occurred during slavery, the continued celebration of figures like J. Marion Sims without adequate acknowledgement of the enslaved women whose suffering made his achievements possible, the persistence of false beliefs about biological differences between races that had been created to justify exploitation during slavery all contributed to ongoing medical disparities that affected black Americans' health outcomes for generations after slavery ended. The monument to J. Marion Sims that stood in New York City's Central Park for over a century, depicting him as a heroic medical pioneer, never mentioned Anarcha or Betsy or Lucy by name, never acknowledged that the innovations Sims was being honored for had been developed through experimental surgeries on enslaved women who had no choice but to submit to his procedures, and no voice in how their contributions would be remembered. The monument was finally removed in 2018 after decades of activism by people who argued that celebrating Sims without acknowledging the exploitation his achievements were built on perpetuated the erasure of enslaved women's suffering and continued the pattern of valuing white men's accomplishments while ignoring black women's pain. The removal represented a small step toward confronting the medical profession's historical complicity in slavery's brutality, toward acknowledging that medical progress achieved through exploitation of powerless people isn't progress that deserves uncritical celebration. And Anarcha, standing in that backyard surgical theater in Montgomery in June 1849, about to undergo the first of 30 operations that would be performed on her body without anesthesia over the next 4 years, represented hundreds or thousands of other enslaved women whose bodies were used for medical experimentation and medical education, whose pain was dismissed as less important than the knowledge that could be extracted from their suffering, whose names were rarely recorded and whose contributions to medical advancement were never acknowledged, whose experiences of medical exploitation during slavery created trauma that echoed through generations and established patterns of medical racism that continued to harm their descendants long after slavery itself had ended. The surgical theater where Sims operated on Anarcha was not a place of healing, but was a site of exploitation where enslaved women's bodies were used as experimental material without their consent, where their screams during surgery without anesthesia were ignored as medical curiosities rather than recognized as expressions of human suffering, where the foundations of modern gynecology were built through the systematic violation of enslaved women's bodily autonomy and through the normalization of treating black women's pain as acceptable collateral damage in the pursuit of medical knowledge that would primarily benefit white patients who had the power to demand and receive humane treatment. Charleston, South Carolina. It was Monday morning, October 12th, 1848, approximately 9 a.m., when a lawyer named Thomas Bennett stood before Judge Andrew McGrath in the Charleston Court of Common Pleas, presenting a petition on behalf of an enslaved woman named Maria, who was suing for her freedom and for the freedom of her 3 children, based on her claim that she had been born free in Pennsylvania and had been kidnapped and sold into slavery in South Carolina 15 years earlier, a claim that, if proven, would mean that Maria had been illegally enslaved and that her children, who had been born to her while she was held in illegal bondage, should also be freed because children born to free mothers inherited their mother's free status according to the fundamental legal principle that governed the status of children in American law. Judge McGrath listened to Bennett's petition, reviewed the limited documentation that Maria had been able to provide supporting her claim of having been born free, and then ruled against her petition, determining that Maria had failed to provide sufficient proof of her free birth and that the burden of proof in freedom suits required enslaved people to demonstrate their right to freedom beyond reasonable doubt rather than requiring slaveholders to prove their right to hold people as property, a legal standard that made it nearly impossible for enslaved people to win freedom through the courts, even when they had legitimate claims. The legal framework that governed slavery throughout the slaveholding states was constructed specifically to protect slaveholders' property rights, while denying enslaved people any legal standing or legal protections, was designed to make challenging slavery through legal channels virtually impossible, and was enforced through courts that viewed enslaved people as property rather than as persons who possessed rights that deserved judicial protection. The foundation of this legal framework was the principle that enslaved people were chattel property, comparable to livestock or equipment, were assets that could be bought and sold and inherited and used according to the owner's wishes, were not legal persons who could enter contracts or testify against white people or assert rights that would limit their owner's authority over them. This legal classification of enslaved people as property rather than persons meant that virtually all the protections that law provided to free people simply didn't apply to enslaved people, meant that enslaved people had no legal recourse when they were abused, or when they were separated from their families, or when they were forced into conditions that would have been considered criminal if imposed on free people. The specific legal doctrine that determined whether children born to enslaved mothers would be enslaved or free was partus sequitur ventrum, a Latin phrase meaning that which is brought forth follows the womb, a principle borrowed from Roman law that established that children inherited the legal status of their mothers rather than their fathers. This doctrine was adopted throughout the slaveholding states, specifically to ensure that children born to enslaved mothers would be enslaved regardless of who fathered them, would become the property of whoever owned their mothers, would expand the enslaved population through reproduction in ways that benefited slaveholders economically. The practical effect of partus sequitur ventrum was that white men who raped enslaved women produced enslaved children who became property rather than producing free children who would be the father's responsibility. Was that slaveholders who impregnated their own enslaved women increased their property holdings through those pregnancies rather than creating legal or moral obligations to the children they fathered. Was that the entire system of forced reproduction that characterized slavery was legally protected and economically incentivized through a doctrine that treated children's legal status as deriving from their mother's enslaved condition. The few attempts that enslaved mothers made to challenge this system through the courts revealed how thoroughly the legal framework protected slavery against challenges. In rare cases where enslaved women tried to sue for their children's freedom based on claims that the children's fathers were free men or that the mothers themselves had been illegally enslaved, courts almost universally ruled against these petitions, determined that existing property relationships should be preserved unless enslaved people could provide overwhelming evidence that their enslavement was illegal, placed the burden of proof on the enslaved petitioners rather than on the slaveholders who claimed to own them. Maria's case in Charleston in 1848 was typical of how these suits ended, with judges ruling that insufficient documentation or procedural technicalities prevented enslaved people from proving their claims even when their claims were legitimate. The legal status of enslaved families was perhaps the most devastating aspect of slavery's legal framework, Because the law didn't recognize that enslaved people could form legal families, didn't acknowledge that marriages between enslaved people had any legal validity, didn't provide any legal protection against the separation of parents and children or husbands and wives through sale. Enslaved people who formed families and who considered themselves married and who raised children together did so without any legal recognition or legal protection of those relationships, with the constant awareness that any or all family members could be sold at any time and that the law would provide no recourse for families that were destroyed through sale. The slaveholder who decided to sell an enslaved child away from their mother violated no law because the law didn't recognize that enslaved mothers had parental rights that deserved protection, because the law treated both mother and child as property that could be distributed or sold according to the owner's economic interests. The religious justifications that Southern churches provided for slavery and for the legal framework that protected it revealed the moral corruption that occurred when religious institutions aligned themselves with systems of oppression. Ministers in slaveholding states preached that God had ordained slavery, that the Bible supported the enslavement of black people, that enslaved people's duty to submit to their masters was a divine commandment rather than a human injustice. These religious teachings provided moral cover for the legal framework that denied enslaved people their humanity, allowed slaveholders to view themselves as Christians while participating in a system that systematically violated enslaved people's most basic human rights, created theological justifications for practices including forced reproduction that any honest reading of Christian ethics should have condemned as evil. When the Civil War ended in 1865 and the 13th Amendment abolished slavery throughout the United States, approximately 4 million formerly enslaved people suddenly transitioned from being property to being free people with legal rights and legal standing, suddenly had the authority to make decisions about their own lives and their own families that had been denied to them throughout their enslavement. For formerly enslaved women who had endured forced motherhood and who had been separated from children who had been sold during slavery, emancipation brought the urgent desire to locate those children and to reunite families that slavery had destroyed, brought the hope that freedom would allow them to reclaim relationships that had been stolen from them through sales that occurred years or decades earlier. The Freedmen's Bureau, a federal agency established in 1865 to assist formerly enslaved people during the transition from slavery to freedom, received thousands of inquiries from people searching for family members who had been sold away during slavery. The Bureau's records documented the scale of family separation under slavery and documented the determination of formerly enslaved people to reconstruct their families after emancipation. A typical inquiry received by the Freedmen's Bureau in Virginia in 1866 came from a woman named Sarah Thompson, who wrote, "I am searching for my 3 children who were sold away from me before the war. My oldest daughter Mary was about 10 years old when she was sold in 1857 to a trader who said he was taking her to Mississippi. My son James was about 8 when he was sold in 1859 to a man from Alabama. My youngest daughter Betty was about 6 when she was sold in 1860. I don't know where any of them are now, but I pray they are alive, and I pray somebody can help me find them. I am their mother, Sarah, and I want my children back." The Freedmen's Bureau attempted to help people like Sarah by publishing their inquiries in newspapers, by collecting information about enslaved people who had been sold from various locations, by trying to match people who were searching for family members with people who were searching for them. But the practical difficulties of locating people who had been separated for years or decades were immense. Many formerly enslaved people had been moved multiple times during slavery, had been sold from one owner to another, had been taken to locations far from where they were born, and had no way of documenting where they had been or where their family members might be. Record keeping during slavery had focused on enslaved people as property, rather than as people with families, had documented sales and transfers without recording the family relationships that were being destroyed, had created a situation where after emancipation, it was often impossible to trace what had happened to people who had been sold. Some searches succeeded, resulted in reunions between parents and children, or between siblings who had been separated for decades, resulted in formerly enslaved people discovering that family members they had thought they might never see again were alive and could be located. A reunion documented in Freedmen's Bureau records from North Carolina in 1867 described a mother named Hannah, who had been separated from her daughter in 1852 when the daughter was sold at age 9, who had spent 15 years not knowing whether her daughter was alive or dead, and who was finally reunited with her daughter after both mother and daughter had placed inquiries with the Freedmen's Bureau describing each other and describing the circumstances of their separation. The reunion was documented by a bureau agent who recorded that both women cried when they saw each other after 15 years apart, that they held each other and could barely speak because of the emotion overwhelming them, that the daughter who had been 9 years old when sold was now 24, with children of her own who had never met their grandmother, that the reunion allowed them to begin rebuilding a relationship that had been stolen from them through slavery. But many more searches failed, ended with no information about what had happened to the people being sought, ended with the recognition that family members who had been sold decades earlier were probably dead or were impossible to locate, or had been moved so many times that their current whereabouts couldn't be determined. The grief that came from unsuccessful searches was complicated by the fact that there was no closure, no way to know for certain whether the people being sought were dead or alive, no way to mourn properly when the loss remained ambiguous. A woman who had been searching for her son for 20 years after he was sold might never know whether he died during slavery, or whether he survived to freedom somewhere else, or whether he was alive but simply couldn't be located, would carry that uncertainty and that grief for the rest of her life, while never being able to resolve the question of what had happened to the child she had lost. The advertisements that formerly enslaved people placed in black newspapers after emancipation, advertisements seeking information about lost family members, documented the massive scale of family separation and documented the persistence of people who continued searching for family members years or decades after separation occurred. An advertisement in the Christian Recorder, a black newspaper published in Philadelphia, from 1870 read, "Information wanted. I am searching for my mother Flora, who was sold from Virginia to Georgia about 1848 when I was 5 years old. I am now 27 years old. My name is Samuel. I was born in Richmond, Virginia. If anyone knows Flora, or knows what happened to her, please contact Samuel at the following address." Thousands of similar advertisements appeared in black newspapers throughout the late 1860s and 1870s and into the 1880s, represented people who had been searching for family members for years, and who continued searching. Despite the low probability of success, represented the enduring power of family bonds that had survived separation and enslavement. The long-term psychological impact of family separation affected not just the people who had directly experienced separation, but also their children and grandchildren who inherited family histories marked by loss and absence, and incomplete stories about ancestors who disappeared into slavery's records. The intergenerational trauma of forced motherhood and family separation shaped African American families for generations after slavery ended, contributed to patterns of grief and loss that were passed down through families, created situations where children grew up knowing they had ancestors who had been sold away, but never knowing what happened to those ancestors, or whether descendants of those sold family members existed somewhere with no knowledge of the family they had been separated from. The DNA testing that became available in the 21st century revealed through genetic evidence the scale of sexual violence and forced reproduction during slavery, revealed that many African Americans have white ancestry from the slavery era that represents the genetic legacy of rape rather than consensual relationships, revealed that the children born from white men raping enslaved women numbered in the hundreds of thousands, and that their descendants represent millions of African Americans whose family histories include rape and forced motherhood and all the trauma that accompanied those experiences. The genetic evidence confirmed what the historical record had documented through testimony and through slaveholder records, confirmed that sexual violence against enslaved women was systematic and widespread, confirmed that forced reproduction through rape was central to how slavery functioned rather than being a peripheral feature of the system. And Sarah Thompson, writing to the Freedmen's Bureau in 1866, searching for 3 children who had been sold away years earlier, represented hundreds of thousands of formerly enslaved mothers who spent the years after emancipation searching for children, they had been forced to lose through sales that occurred because slavery's legal framework treated children as property that could be sold separately from their mothers, because partus sequitur ventrum ensured that children born to enslaved mothers were enslaved from birth regardless of who fathered them, because courts like the Charleston court that rejected Maria's freedom suit in 1848 protected slaveholders' property rights, while denying enslaved people any legal standing to challenge their enslavement or to protect their families from destruction. The legal framework that had enabled forced motherhood and that had enabled family separation collapsed with slavery's end. But the damage that framework had caused persisted through generations of people who carried the trauma of separation, and who searched sometimes unsuccessfully for family members who had been taken from them, and who died, never knowing what had happened to the children they had been forced to bear and forced to lose. To a system that treated human beings as property and human families as economically valuable only when keeping them together, served slaveholders' interests rather than serving the interests of the people whose families were being destroyed. Atlanta, Georgia. It was Saturday afternoon, August 15th, 1936, approximately 3:45 p.m., when a historian named Carter Woodson stood in the archives of Atlanta University examining documents related to slavery that had recently been donated to the university's collection. Documents that included plantation records and slave traders' correspondence, and estate inventories that documented in cold numerical detail the buying and selling and breeding of enslaved people. Documents that Woodson was reviewing as part of his lifelong project to recover and preserve African American history that mainstream white historians had either ignored or distorted beyond recognition. Woodson, who had founded the Association for the Study of Negro Life and History in 1915, and who had established Negro History Week in 1926, which would eventually become Black History Month, understood that the history of slavery, and particularly the history of enslaved women's experiences, had been systematically erased from American historical memory, had been replaced with lost cause mythology that portrayed slavery as benevolent and enslaved people as content, had been sanitized in ways that made it impossible for Americans to understand what slavery had actually entailed, and impossible to reckon honestly with slavery's legacy. The documents that Woodson examined that afternoon included breeding records from a Virginia plantation showing that enslaved women had been systematically managed for reproductive purposes, included correspondence between slave traders discussing the sale of children separated from their mothers, included medical records documenting experimental surgeries performed on enslaved women without anesthesia, included all the evidence of forced motherhood and family separation and sexual violence and medical exploitation that characterized slavery, but that had been largely absent from the history books that American children studied in schools throughout the nation. These documents existed in archives scattered across the South, existed in private collections and in courthouse records and in university libraries, but they were rarely examined by historians and were almost never incorporated into mainstream historical narratives about slavery, because acknowledging what these documents revealed would require fundamentally revising how Americans understood their history, and would require confronting uncomfortable truths about the nation's founding and the economic system that had made American prosperity possible. The historical erasure of forced motherhood under slavery began almost immediately after slavery ended, began with the Lost Cause movement that emerged in the South during Reconstruction, and that promoted a romanticized version of slavery where enslaved people were portrayed as loyal servants who were well treated by benevolent masters, where the brutal realities of forced labor and forced reproduction and family separation were either denied entirely or were minimized as exceptional cases rather than as systematic features of how slavery functioned. The Lost Cause narrative was taught in Southern schools for generations after the Civil War, was promoted through monuments to Confederate leaders, and through commemorations of slavery that portrayed the institution as tragic but not fundamentally evil, was reinforced through films like Birth of a Nation in 1915 and Gone with the Wind in 1939, that presented slavery as a gracious system where enslaved people were happy, and where the real villains were Northern abolitionists and freed black people who disrupted the peaceful racial order that slavery had supposedly maintained. This historical erasure extended specifically to the experiences of enslaved women whose forced motherhood and sexual exploitation were topics that polite society preferred not to discuss. were subjects that challenged the romanticized narratives about plantation life and Southern honor, were realities that exposed the hypocrisy of slaveholders who claimed Christian values, while systematically raping enslaved women and forcing them to bear children who would be enslaved. The silence about enslaved women's experiences in mainstream historical accounts meant that generations of Americans learned about slavery without understanding that forced reproduction was central to how slavery functioned economically, without understanding that sexual violence against enslaved women was systematic rather than exceptional, without understanding that the separation of children from their mothers was a routine business practice rather than a rare tragedy. Even historians who wrote critically about slavery during the late 19th and early 20th centuries often avoided discussing forced motherhood and sexual violence explicitly, either because they found these topics too disturbing to address in detail, or because they worried that discussing sexual violence would make their work appear sensationalistic, or because they accepted racist assumptions that enslaved women were somehow complicit in their own sexual exploitation. The result was that the historical record of slavery, as it existed in history books and in public memory through the early 20th century, acknowledged that slavery was economically exploitative and that enslaved people worked under harsh conditions, but largely avoided acknowledging the specific ways that enslaved women's bodies were controlled and exploited through forced reproduction and sexual violence. The scholarship that began to emerge in the 1970s and 1980s, scholarship produced by historians, including many African American women, scholars who were determined to recover enslaved women's experiences from historical silence, fundamentally changed how slavery was understood by demonstrating through careful research, using slave narratives and plantation records and other documentary evidence, that forced motherhood and sexual violence were not peripheral to slavery, but were central to how slavery functioned. Historians like Deborah Gray White, whose book, Aren't I a Woman? Female Slaves in the Plantation South, published in 1985, documented enslaved women's experiences in detail. Like Stephanie Camp, whose work examined how enslaved women resisted control over their bodies. Like Jennifer Morgan, whose research explored how European colonizers developed racial ideologies specifically around enslaved women's reproduction. All contributed to creating a more complete and more honest historical understanding of slavery that centered enslaved women's experiences rather than marginalizing them. The physical monuments and memorials that existed throughout the South and throughout much of the nation during the 20th century overwhelmingly honored Confederates and slaveholders, while providing almost no recognition of enslaved people or acknowledgement of slavery's brutality. The hundreds of Confederate monuments erected primarily during the Jim Crow era served the purpose of reinforcing white supremacy and intimidating Black Americans who might challenge the racial order, served as physical manifestations of the lost cause mythology that denied slavery's evil, stood as obstacles to honest historical reckoning. The absence of monuments or memorials specifically recognizing enslaved women or specifically acknowledging forced motherhood and sexual violence reflected how thoroughly these aspects of slavery had been erased from public memory and public space. The National Memorial for Peace and Justice, which opened in Montgomery, Alabama in 2018, represented the first major national memorial specifically dedicated to documenting racial violence, and specifically to acknowledging slavery's brutality, including the experiences of enslaved women. The memorial included documentation of lynchings and racial terrorism, but also included acknowledgement of slavery's systematic violence, including forced reproduction, included recognition that slavery was not a benevolent system, but was a brutal regime that controlled every aspect of enslaved people's lives, including their most intimate bodily functions. The memorial's existence represented progress toward honest historical memory, but also highlighted how recent this progress was, how long Americans had avoided creating public spaces that honestly confronted what slavery had entailed. The reparations debate that intensified in the early 21st century included arguments that the United States owed compensation to the descendants of enslaved people for the unpaid labor that had been extracted during slavery and for the ongoing effects of slavery's legacy, but also included arguments that reparations were owed specifically for the reproductive exploitation that enslaved women had endured, for the systematic control of their bodies and their forced reproduction that had generated wealth for slaveholders while causing lasting trauma for enslaved women and their descendants. The calculations of what reparations might amount to if they were ever paid included attempts to quantify the value that had been extracted from enslaved women's reproductive capacity, attempts to calculate how much wealth had been generated through forced motherhood, and how much that wealth would amount to if calculated with accumulated interest over the generations since slavery ended. The medical profession's reckoning with its history of exploiting enslaved people's bodies emerged slowly and incompletely during the late 20th and early 21st centuries. The controversy over J. Marion Sims and whether he should continue to be honored as the father of gynecology, despite having developed his techniques through experimental surgeries on enslaved women without anesthesia, represented broader questions about how medical history should be taught and how medical ethics should account for past exploitation. Some medical schools began including education about medical exploitation during slavery in their curricula, began teaching medical students about Anarcha and Betsy and Lucy and the other enslaved women whose suffering had contributed to medical knowledge, began acknowledging that medical progress achieved through exploitation of powerless people was progress that needed to be understood critically, rather than celebrated uncritically. The DNA evidence that became available through genetic testing revealed to many African Americans that they had white ancestry from the slavery era, revealed the genetic legacy of sexual violence that had occurred generations earlier, forced families to confront the reality that their family histories included rape, even when that reality had been hidden or denied. For descendants of enslaved women, learning through DNA evidence that their ancestors had been raped by white slaveholders represented a form of inherited trauma, represented confirmation of what had often been suspected or partially known but never fully acknowledged, forced a reckoning with family histories that included both the suffering of enslaved women who had been violated and the reality that descendants carried the genetic legacy of that violence. The truth-telling about slavery that occurred more honestly in the early 21st century than at any previous time in American history represented progress toward confronting what slavery had been, and toward acknowledging specifically what forced motherhood under slavery had meant for the women who endured it. Films like 12 Years a Slave, which depicted slavery's brutality with unflinching honesty, including depicting sexual violence against enslaved women. Newspaper investigations like the New York Times 1619 Project, which recentered American history around slavery and its legacy. Scholarship that continued to document slavery's systematic violence, including its control of enslaved women's reproduction, all contributed to creating public understanding that was more honest than what had existed in previous generations, even though resistance to this truth-telling remained strong among Americans who preferred comfortable myths about the past. But acknowledging what happened was only the beginning of what honest reckoning required. Reckoning required understanding that slavery's legacy didn't end with emancipation, required recognizing that the trauma of forced motherhood and sexual violence and family separation affected generations of descendants, required confronting how slavery's racial ideologies continued to shape American society long after slavery itself had ended, required addressing ongoing racial disparities in healthcare and criminal justice and economic opportunity that could be traced directly to slavery's legacy and to the centuries of racial oppression that followed emancipation. Reckoning required moving beyond acknowledgement to action, required repair and transformation, and commitment to ensuring that the horrors of slavery could never be repeated. For descendants of enslaved women who had endured forced motherhood, the recovery of this history was both painful and necessary. Was painful because it required confronting the suffering that ancestors had endured, and was necessary because understanding that suffering was essential to understanding family histories and understanding how slavery's legacy had shaped their own lives. Learning about the specific experiences of forced motherhood, learning that ancestors had borne children conceived through rape, or had been separated from children who were sold, or had been subjected to medical experimentation, or had used herbs to prevent pregnancy despite the risks. Learning all the details of what forced motherhood had entailed helped descendants understand that their ancestors had been not just victims of slavery, but had been women who survived extraordinary suffering while maintaining their humanity and dignity despite everything done to destroy both. The women whose stories formed the foundation of this history. Women like Sarah standing on an auction block in Charleston in 1847 carrying her fourth pregnancy. Like Hannah delivering Grace in Mississippi in 1851 after 9 hours of labor. Like Celia killing Robert Newsom after a decade of rape. Like Eliza pleading at auction not to be separated from her children. Like Patience sharing contraceptive knowledge in secret. Like Anarcha enduring 30 surgeries without anesthesia. Like Sylvia testifying in 1936 about her mother's 13 children. Like all the women whose names weren't preserved, but whose experiences shaped the history of slavery and shaped the history of forced motherhood, deserve to be remembered not just as enslaved people whose suffering illustrated slavery's brutality, but as women whose strength and resistance and survival under impossible circumstances demonstrated the resilience of the human spirit, even when that spirit was assaulted by systematic dehumanization. Their stories mattered because they revealed truths about slavery that had been suppressed, because they centered experiences that had been marginalized, because they documented a form of violence that had affected hundreds of thousands of women across multiple generations, because they exposed the economic logic that had made slavery profitable through controlling women's bodies, because they demonstrated how thoroughly slavery had violated every aspect of human dignity for the people it enslaved. But their stories also mattered because they revealed that even under slavery's absolute control, enslaved women found ways to resist, found ways to protect each other, found ways to love their children despite knowing those children might be taken from them, found ways to maintain their humanity despite a system designed to destroy that humanity. The history of forced motherhood under slavery demanded to be told, demanded to be remembered, demanded to be taught to future generations, so that the women who endured it would not be forgotten, and so that the systems that enabled it would be understood well enough never to be repeated. The telling of this history was incomplete, would always be incomplete, because so much was never documented, and so much documentation was destroyed, and so many women died without ever having the opportunity to testify about what they endured. But the history that could be recovered from plantation records and slave narratives and testimony from survivors and medical records and legal documents. The history that had been preserved despite efforts to erase it. The history that scholars had painstakingly reconstructed from fragments and silences, and careful reading of sources that were never intended to document enslaved women's perspectives. This history represented an inheritance that demanded to be claimed and demanded to be shared. And the obligation to remember, the obligation to tell these stories, the obligation to honor the women who survived forced motherhood under slavery, belonged not just to descendants of enslaved people, but belonged to all Americans whose nation was built partly on the wealth extracted from enslaved women's bodies through forced reproduction, whose prosperity derived partly from a system that treated human beings as property and treated children as inventory, whose history included not just the achievement and progress that Americans preferred to celebrate, but also included the systematic violence and exploitation and dehumanization that made slavery possible and made forced motherhood an economic system rather than an aberration. Remembering honestly, teaching truthfully, reckoning seriously with what slavery had been and what forced motherhood under slavery had meant for the women who endured it, represented the minimum that was owed to women like Sarah and Hannah and Celia and Eliza and Patience and Anarcha and Sylvia and countless others, whose names we will never know, but whose experiences shaped American history and whose suffering demands to be acknowledged so that their lives and their resistance and their survival will be remembered and honored rather than erased and forgotten.